Sector 3 got a carjacking.
Yet another carjacking, this one caught on camera, and you can only see it right here on Fox 45 News. The Baltimore Police Department is investigating multiple shootings that happened over the weekend. What we're learning this morning about a car was found with bullet holes you see there outside of shock trauma.
Temperatures cold this morning. We're talking about numbers this afternoon that will be a little bit milder. We'll break down your forecast for the week ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Monday and national holiday. Here is President's Day, February 19th. I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has the day off. We want to find out exactly what it's going to be like. Maybe you can go out and shop for a mattress, some mattress day sales on President's Day. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers. We'll look at our forecast.
Always like that. Seems how those holidays are tied to, right? Big President's Day blowout. So good morning to all of you and good morning, everyone. Let's see what's going on outside. A live look here over the Inner Harbor. Overall, mainly clear skies. Our temperatures have dropped a little bit into the 20s now. 27 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 27 as well in Towson. We're at 29 in Baltimore City and 32 your temp currently in Dundalk. So here's a look at your weather story. Chilly Monday morning, plenty of sunshine for the afternoon and temperatures staying in the above average category. So if you do have to get out to work this morning, upper 20s and lower 30s for the next couple of hours. We'll be back to the mid 30s by about 9 a.m. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
And now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, a look around the region this morning. As you can see, some of the cameras around the inner and outer loop. The only issue that we have to report, 395 north right at Howard Street. There's two vehicles involved in Baltimore City, not causing any delays because hardly anybody out on the roads right now, but there is two vehicles involved there. So we have still waiting to find out if the northbound lanes are closed or not, but it looks like there's no delays in that location. We have some breaking news this morning. We're hearing about a fire right on Pulaski Highway near Haven Street. The Baltimore County Fire Department telling crews that arrived at the scene with multiple buildings are now on fire. The department says the buildings are occupied businesses. There are no injuries reported so far. Investigators are working to determine the cause of this fire. Also developing this morning, we are following two shootings that happened in Baltimore City. Police say two 21-year-olds were shot along South Broadway just north of Eastern Avenue last night. This happening around 6, both taken to the area hospitals. About an hour earlier, police say a 22-year-old was shot on Lombard Street and is listed in critical condition. That shooting happening just blocks from shock trauma. And Fox 45 News cameras capturing a large police presence right outside of shock trauma. You can see, in fact, several bullet holes of the windshield. See them? You can make them out right there, the windshield of that white vehicle. Now, it's unclear if this is related to either of the shootings. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we learn more, both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Continuing our coverage this morning, 4 teens have been arrested in connection to an armed carjacking that happened this weekend in South Baltimore, the latest in a series of violent juvenile crime incidents since the beginning of this year.
It's going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
Jacking was caught on camera, and this morning we are getting a look at that surveillance video. In just about 30 minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a look at the exclusive footage in a story that you're seeing first on Fox. With the juvenile crime crisis taking over the state, lawmakers in Annapolis, they're debating a bill that will require the Department of Juvenile Services to get cases to the state's attorneys faster. DJS now has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the courts should be involved in a case and refer to the state's attorney. Now, under this bill, that time will be cut down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get cases from DJS even sooner.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Well, juvenile justice and legislation being debated in Annapolis will be the focus of a panel discussion tonight, featuring Governor Wes Moore, the state's attorneys Aisha Braveboy and Ivan Bates. The conversation is moderated by Armstrong Williams. It begins at 7, and you can stream it live on our website, our YouTube page, or at baltimoresun.com. Now to a city in crisis. A 35-year-old woman is in custody following 2 shootings Saturday afternoon in central Baltimore. This incident started around 3:30, and police say the suspect shot another woman on East Redwood Street during a road rage incident. Investigators say she then ran to East Baltimore Street, just feet away from BPD's headquarters, where police say she ended up shooting at an off-duty officer who then returned fire. Luckily, neither of the officer or the suspect were struck. 4:35, and continuing our coverage on former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial. A judge denied a request from the former Baltimore City State's Attorney, Mosby's attorneys, to acquit her in her mortgage fraud trial. She was convicted on a mortgage fraud charge earlier this month. The defense arguing the government should not have brought the charges against Mosby in Maryland. The judge ultimately ruling the conviction can stand. Mosby is now required to give up her passport, something the judge says she should have done 2 years ago. Mosby is scheduled to be sentenced May 23rd for the 2 perjury convictions from November and the more recent mortgage fraud conviction. Fox 45 News has been following both Marilyn Mosby and Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since the beginning. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021 when federal agents issued subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Fast forward to January 13, 2022. Marilyn is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud. Mosby's trial was set for May of 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. Last delay came a year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case. Nick Mosby sat down for a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News, talking about his testimony during his wife's latest trial. Now, federal prosecutors allege that Mosby claimed charitable donations that he did not make. They also claimed in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on his mortgage payments and his car was repossessed. He also admitted to lying to the public about the tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. I mean, it's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
You can stay tuned to Fox 45 for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find all of our past reporting on our website. It's foxbaltimore.com. IRS investigators looking into Hunter Biden reveal some big roadblocks still ahead this morning, what they say the Justice Department was blocking then from doing. And we are waking up chilly this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking what we can expect this afternoon. Now we want to take a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network before we head to break. And yeah, the roadway's looking clear at the moment. That one incident, though, is the only issue that we have reporting across the state of Maryland right now. 395 North, right at Howard Street, where 2 vehicles are involved. No delays at that point. We'll, of course, keep you updated throughout the morning. 4:38 is your time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
Welcome back. 4:41 is your time right now on your Monday morning. It is President's Day, so maybe have the day off this morning as we are zoomed in from Towson right over downtown Baltimore. Overall, mainly clear skies and temperatures that are colder right now. 20s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, 29 in Bel Air, 33 in Annapolis, and 28 currently in Columbia. So as you're ready to head out the door in the next couple of hours, make sure to bundle up, jacket, hat, and gloves required, and sunglasses for sure. No need for the umbrella. In fact, most of the next few days will be mainly dry. We'll take a closer look at that next weather maker and if that's going to bring some more rain to the region and when that will impact you coming up. Speaking of rain, Tom.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. The 66th running of the Daytona 500 is actually happening today. It was pushed back due to that heavy rain Justin was just referring to in Florida yesterday. This is only the third time the Daytona 500 has been postponed. Green flag will be waving at 4, and we will have complete coverage right here on Fox 45.
It is a newer model of care which brings on-site specialty care to students who need it. I'm Liz Bonas. Will take you behind the scenes and show you how it's making a difference. It is just ahead.
But first, here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. The Biden transcripts in his classified document case. Will they ever see the public light of day? Our Washington insider weighs in this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station CW Baltimore weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:42 is the time, taking a live look over at the Inner Harbor this Monday morning. President's Day. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning. .445, and the perfect prescription for keeping children healthy might be to bring care to them. As medical reporter Liz Bonas shows us, hospitals are now providing on-site specialty services by going mobile.
The idea behind this on-site care is that those who receive it might not otherwise get this kind of care. In young people, it can set them up for success for life. School classes are nearly finished for the day for Mason Lenga, but instead of heading home, Mason walks a short commute.
Coming here, it's like 3 minutes.
To this mobile care center.
First, they take me in, they do the height and weight, then they do the blood pressure, then they prick my finger to read my new A1C number.
It is staffed by specialists from Ohio's Cincinnati Children's Hospital. They help him manage his type 1 diabetes.
We see endocrinology patients, dermatology patients, and audiology patients right now on our mobile care center.
The center has everything pediatric specialists need to provide children with the next level of care.
Some of our students are managing chronic medical conditions, and they have to deal with those and be students and try to be successful.
The team here considers this a national model for breaking down barriers to care. Kids can carefully be tracked and monitored based on specific health goals.
Here we're able to meet with the diabetes educator, we're able to do our point of care hemoglobin A1C blood tests, we're able to look at glucose data, adjust insulin doses, physical exam, all the routine things that we would normally be doing at our base clinics we could do here.
You see, if Mason doesn't manage his blood sugar levels, it could impact everything from his vision to his concentration.
Since moving here, we've seen his A1C come down, he's seeing more often, his numbers are adjusted more often, and so from that we've had better outcomes.
Those better outcomes, of course, reduce the risk for serious future complications. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Mental health experts have long been concerned about the usage of social media leading to shortened attention spans. They're now calling it popcorn brain. It refers to a person's attention jumping quickly from one thing to the next. Psychologists say if you're feeling overwhelmed by the nonstop pace of digital media and find it difficult to concentrate on just one task or thought, you may have it. Experts say a lack of focus can eventually harm social interactions, decrease emotional well-being, and ramp up anxiety. Well, trending this morning, the Stanley Cup craze, not hockey, is here to stay as the company releases a new limited edition collection. Now, the business has announced the new Black Chroma collection. Black Chroma collection comes in 3 different sizes. If you're looking to get one of these new sleek cups, you may have to wait a while. They're mostly sold out. However, some have popped up on resale sites like Poshmark and eBay, and of course, they are doubling the original price. Now, that is something I bought my father-in-law 30-some years ago, just in green. Well, it's almost spring, and maybe you are thinking about getting a dog to join you outside when the weather gets better. Barks is starting their Dog's Day Out program, which allows people to stop by the shelter and take a dog out for an adventure. Any participants need to be at least 18 years old, but you don't have to be a Barks volunteer. You can sign up right now by going to barks.com. Barks.org. Thank you very much. Yeah. I appreciate that. Look at you checking me out right here. All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers and my editor right here with the forecast.
It's the JT show. We were just here a little while ago, man. You and I was over there. Now I'm over here. So
I know. Sunday, Monday, it's all blending.
It's all blending together. Boys,
3-day weekend.
The boys have it. We're right here. Yeah, well, you got your President's Day tie. I like that.
I do. And
forgot about that.
I have my Teddy Roosevelt socks.
Ooh, we got to show those. We got to get that on the socials, buddy. Got to get that interaction up. Got to get that engagement up. Good morning to all of you on this President's Day. Look, I'm just going to say it. When I was a kid, I used to get Lincoln's birthday off and Washington's birthday off. So Lincoln's birthday is the 12th, Washington's birthday is the 22nd, and then they're like, just do all the presidents, even Rutherford B. Hayes. We'll throw him in there. So there you go. Good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. I hope you enjoyed your weekend. Maybe you get to sleep in a little bit, just kind of hang out and watch us this morning, not have to go to work. Great. Upper 20s is where we are with your temperatures. This is the official number at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and really no wind to speak of. Yesterday was nice. We had plenty of sunshine. We got to the mid to upper 40s, but that wind was still making it feel very February-like, and we'll get a lot less wind for today. That's going to be the difference. But up and down the East Coast, mainly dry conditions and quiet conditions as well. So as you enjoy a cup of coffee on your coffee cast, we'll see those numbers in the upper 20s for the next few hours. Sun comes up at 6:54, sunset at 5:48. I've been excited about this the last couple of weeks where these sunrise and sunset times are getting longer. I mean, we definitely have the earlier sunrises and the later sunsets as we get closer to March. 31 your temp here in the 8 o'clock hour in your MetroCast day planner, and hanging out there in the noon hour will be the mid 40s at the B&O Railroad Museum or wherever you might be around today. 49 by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Some of us really close to that 50-degree mark. Others still in the lower 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 44 Chestertown, 43 Stevensville, mid-40s for you in Annapolis. Up and down the 95 corridor. A little colder to the north, New York and Philly in the 30s and 40s, but we'll be mainly in the upper 40s and even some lower 50s down toward Richmond. Now, notice on our temperature tracker, those numbers are trending up. Wednesday starts a string of 50-degree temperatures, and even though we take a little bit of a dip on Saturday, numbers overall into next week will be mainly in the 50s and hanging out above average. Ridge of high pressure is going to dominate our weather for the next few days. That's going to keep us mainly clear with a few clouds here and there. More of a southerly flow develops later this week that brings in those warmer temperatures. And when you go forward here, our future scan is going to take really until about Thursday afternoon before we get any precip. That's that next weather maker coming in, possibly even into Thursday night, before we actually get some of that wet weather. And it's going to be a pretty quick mover. So a few showers Thursday night into Friday morning's commute. Saturday, we have some clouds around. There's a system to the north of us. It's going to try to make a run, but overall, our numbers stay well above average. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. The FBI investigation into Hunter Biden continues. New allegations about a potential cover-up. That's ahead in Full Measure. The debate over the border crisis intensifies while the Biden administration continues to clash with Republicans over border restrictions. 4:52, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local, all morning. .455 on this President's Day. For the first time in modern U.S. history, the son of a U.S. president is facing felony charges. As Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson reports, there are renewed concerns some of Hunter Biden's charges were covered up during President Biden's 2020 campaign.
The incredible story told by two federal whistleblowers starts in 2018. That's when Joe Ziegler, a criminal investigator at the IRS, says he came across documents that prompted him to look into Hunter Biden, son of former Vice President, soon-to-be presidential candidate Joe Biden. Gary Shapley oversaw Ziegler's case as supervisor of the IRS International Tax and Financial Crimes Group.
If someone says, well, what did Hunter Biden supposedly do wrong? What would you say?
It was access to those people for foreign people in foreign countries, to include Romania, Ukraine, and China, in exchange for a significant amount of money. And the reason why we're involved, or IRS is involved, is that money that was earned, there were tax returns that weren't filed, and that there were taxes not paid on that income.
Months into the investigation by the IRS team, a trove of evidence fell into the FBI's lap in the form of a computer. Hunter had abandoned it at a repair shop in 2019.
So we were never allowed to follow those leads that could lead to potential evidence that could move the ball down the hill.
In December of 2020, Ziegler and Shapley say the Justice Department stopped them from executing a search warrant at Hunter's storage unit and went behind their back to tip off Hunter's attorneys. Last spring, after a rocky 5-year-long probe, IRS investigators Joe Ziegler and Gary Shapley were ready to file charges against Hunter Biden, but facing a steady stream of roadblocks from the Department of Justice.
So help you God.
Yes, I do.
They decided to blow the whistle and testify to Congress.
There should not be a two-track justice system depending on who you are.
They say there's one final outrage. At the very time the Justice Department was blocking their questions about Joe Biden, the FBI had evidence corroborating their leads, even alleging bribery, but kept it secret. We asked Joe and Hunter Biden for interviews, but they declined. Last June, President Biden was asked about the bribery accusations.
Where's the money? I'm joking. Mr. President, it's a bunch of malarkey.
Hunter's lawyer has said if Hunter's last name was anything other than Biden, the charges would not have been brought. As for the IRS whistleblowers, they're off the Biden case, but still working for the IRS at the moment. Hunter Biden is scheduled to give a deposition to a congressional committee on February 28. For Full Measure, I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
Well, continuing coverage on the border crisis, the Biden administration is butting heads with Republicans over border restrictions. Pew Research report shows there were nearly 250,000 migrant encounters just last December, the highest one-month total on record. And Democrats and Republicans remain split after the GOP voted down a bill that would have tied border control to more aid for Israel and Ukraine, among other issues.
I call on the Speaker to let the full House speak its mind and not allow a minority of most extreme voices in the House to block this bill even from being voted on.
Much more has to be done, of course, to secure the border, and what the Senate produced this week is silent on that issue.
Now, Congress is on their President's Day recess for the next 2 weeks. When they return, they'll have just a few days to prevent a partial government shutdown. Members of the GOP Freedom Caucus, they're urging House Speaker Mike Johnson to bundle any border control legislation into a bill that would keep the government open.
I'm actually overall shocked.
4 teens arrested in connection to an armed carjacking. The exclusive footage you'll see first on Fox.
Lawyers understand constitutional rights. Not all parents understand that, correct?
That's correct.
So why would we put a child in that jeopardy?
Lawmakers in Annapolis continue debating on the juvenile crime crisis. The details on the town hall that's happening tonight, featuring Governor Wes Moore.
Temperatures are a little bit chillier this morning, but we've got a pretty nice day ahead, and overall, the next few days looking good. We'll talk about that next chance for rain on Fox 45, early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this holiday, it's Monday, February 19th. I'm Tom Rogers.
Taylor Stewart here, also known as President's Day. Yeah. You can bet there's a lot of folks probably staying in, waking up a little bit later if they have off from school today.
Yeah, no, hardly any buses out on the roads.
I know. Well, let's see what your forecast is going to be like on this Monday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what are we working with?
What's up, T-Squared?
What's up?
That's right.
JT? Justin JC.
Well, I'm JC.
Yeah.
You guys
Sorry,
are
I have Justin Timberlake on the brain. That was my
all right.
intro
That's what we did
warning music
yesterday. That was
today.
yesterday's show, Taylor. When you weren't here, we were just hanging out. Good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. Yeah, and looking at our Towson camera right now, zoomed into downtown Baltimore, we do have mainly clear skies and temperatures that are mainly in the 20s. A lot of us waking up below freezing. It's actually colder here this morning than what we saw yesterday at this time. Cockeysville at 26, 27 in Towson, 29 in Baltimore City, 33 currently in Brooklyn Park. So a chilly Monday morning, but plenty of sunshine for your President's Day and temperatures above average for today. If you do have to get out on the roads in the next few hours, upper 20s and lower 30s. So Mr. Bose says get those heaters on and get it flowing. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic here. The Len Stiller Traffic Network showing a collision on I-95 North in Harford County. This is right near exit 74. It has been moved to the right shoulder, though. 2 vehicles were reportedly involved in this incident, and as you can see on the top of your screen, it is not causing too much of a delay here for you this morning. We have breaking news this morning. We're hearing about a fire on Pulaski Highway near Haven Street. The Baltimore County Fire Department tells us crews arrived there with multiple buildings on fire. The department believes the buildings are occupied by businesses. Now, there are no injuries to report this morning, but investigators are working to determine the cause of the crash. We have a crew heading that way as we speak.
Well, developing this morning, we are following 2 shootings and investigations happening in Baltimore City. Police say 2 21-year-olds were shot along South Broadway just north of Eastern Avenue last night. Happened around 6, both taken to the hospital about an hour earlier. Police say a 22-year-old was shot on Lombard Street. He is listed in critical condition. That shooting happening just a few blocks from shock trauma. Fox 45 News cameras capturing a large police presence right outside shock trauma. You can see in one of these shots right here, several bullet holes in the windshield of a white vehicle. It's unclear if this is related to either of the shootings. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more, both on the air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, an armed carjacking in South Baltimore leads to the arrest of 4 teenagers.
It's going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
It's just the latest in a series of violent crimes committed by teenagers captured on camera here. And this morning, we're getting a closer look at that surveillance video. Olivia Dance is live this morning with the exclusive footage in a story you're seeing first on Fox. Olivia.
Hey, good morning, Taylor. This was just another example of juvenile crime, and now residents here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. The carjacking happened just behind us here on the corner of Washington Boulevard and Cross Street on Saturday night. Now, pay attention to this video on your screen to see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. They cross the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and demanded his phone. Now, according to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in Southwest Baltimore. Inside, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds. The brazen crime leaving this Pigtown resident on edge.
It's just this time. These days is I think it's rougher. Got to take a risk every day.
Now, the risk of juvenile crime, a harsh reality for many here in Baltimore. Video shows a Butcher's Hill woman beaten and robbed by a 12 and 14-year-old. And then other video shows 2 juveniles robbing a man in the same neighborhood.
Didn't even give me a chance for me to give them whatever they wanted. They just jumped on me and started pushing me and punching me and stuff.
Now, according to Baltimore police, in this Pigtown carjacking, the 16-year-olds were taken to central booking, and the 2 15-year-olds were taken to the Juvenile Justice Center. But because of current laws, we aren't exactly sure what the boys are charged with. For now, reporting live in Pigtown, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. This is not the first incident of juvenile violence this year in Pigtown. Police are also still searching for at least 5 juvenile suspects connected to an assault that happened inside a liquor store earlier this month. 3 arrests have been made, but several suspects, some as young as 10 years old, still on the loose, according to police. Now, in January, a 77-year-old Bolton Hill man was assaulted during an attempted carjacking while he was just unloading his groceries. Police say they are searching for several juveniles, but the victim's wife tells Fox 45 News there's been little progress in this investigation.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Mm-hmm. You showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department, and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any.
Now, the victim says she wanted several city schools to distribute reward flyers in the hopes that some students would recognize the suspects. City Schools says they do not share any flyers from Metro Crime Stoppers. Last week, 4 teenagers were arrested for an alleged robbery at Towson Town Center, but Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger says his office still has not received the case from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Why would we ever want to limit the length of time they're on probation if we're trying to help them?
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would get juvenile crime cases in the hands of state's attorneys faster. Now, currently, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision whether or not the court should be involved in a case and refer it to the state's attorney's office for prosecution. Now, this bill aims to cut that down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get cases from DJS even sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Well, Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Giraldi was not present when Democrats introduced their juvenile crime package last month in Annapolis. His office will not say whether he supports their measures. Governor Wes Moore doubling down on his support of Giraldi last week on WBAL radio.
I wanted to get someone in there who understood how to reform a system, but also understood that the benchmark for the results I want to see are accountability. And that means me having real accountability for the young people in the system, making sure there's accountability for people that are breaking the law, regardless of their age, but also making sure that we have a system that actually works and can focus on rehabilitation.
Juvenile justice and legislation being debated in Annapolis will be the focus of a panel discussion happening tonight, featuring Governor Wes Moore and state's attorneys Aisha Braveboy and Ivan Bates. Conversation will be moderated by Armstrong Williams. It begins at 7. You can stream it live on our website, YouTube page, or at baltimoresun.com.
A request to drop Marilyn Mosby's federal conviction denied by a judge. What comes next for the former Baltimore City State's Attorney?
A house explosion leaves 1 dead in Virginia. What officials say caused this explosion?
Temperatures are cold this morning. We're going to see some more milder numbers as we head toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast on Fox 45. 5:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed your weekend, maybe still enjoying a 3-day weekend as we take you outside right now. From our Towson camera, temperatures a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. Statewide, we're still in the 20s in western Maryland. Most of us are in the 30s, Annapolis over to Chestertown, but a few upper 20s there for Baltimore over to Bel Air. But we will see milder numbers as we get later into the day today. But if you're out for a run or a jog, get some of that exercise in this morning. Just make sure to layer up before that sun comes up just before 7 a.m. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that next chance for rain coming up.
From the Live Center this morning, authorities are trying to piece together the details of a deadly shooting in a Minnesota suburb. It took the life of 2 officers and a firefighter over the weekend. Take a look here. These are the victims. This is Adam Finseth. He's a firefighter and paramedic who was treating the 2 officers here, Matthew Rouge as well as Paul Elmstrad, when they were both killed. Now, police say a suspect barricaded himself inside of a home for hours with at least 7 children inside. Also there, multiple guns, large amounts of ammunition, and negotiations lasted for hours. But then the suspect opened fire on negotiators. That suspect was found dead later inside the home. Hundreds of people gathered in front of Burnsville City Hall on Sunday night for a candlelight vigil to remember these victims and thank all the first responders for the work they do to protect communities each and every day.
I've just never seen such an outpouring in a community like this. And there's officers from all over the state helping out now, helping out the Burnsville PD by taking the calls. They are in mourning and in shock. These were their fellow officers, but also their friends.
Right now, police are still working through the details. The autopsies are planned for today, and flags will be at half-staff across Minnesota. We'll keep you updated, but that's the latest here at the Live Center.
The basketball community mourning the loss of longtime Maryland head coach Lefty Driesell. Still ahead, a look at his legacy that went way beyond the court. Fox 45 News is celebrating Black History Month through our Champions of Courage series. How a band director is inspiring children across Baltimore through music. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. 5:15, and to celebrate Black History Month, we are highlighting local role models who have acted as mentors and teachers to Baltimore's young people.
These champions of courage inspire their communities to pass on teachings of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. to the younger generation. Dennis Lee, the founder and director of the Marching Elite, inspires and shepherds children from all over the city into a bright program centered around music and community. Here's Kai Jackson with the story.
They really become like his children. For some of them who don't have fathers, they call him, that's my pop. That's Pop-Pop.
Dennis Lee started his marching band, the Marching Elite, as a way to help his brother get into college. But after the tragic death of one of the program members, he changed the band's mission to support youth and their advancement.
Since then, we've started the mentorship program, a workforce development program, and a college readiness program. And at the core of it, we're thinking about him and his family. And her tempo was here. I should hear this. That's what it was. For me, that made the shift from just being a band to, I guess, what we are today.
Lee expanded the Marching Elite into a citywide band that now performs across the country and even across the world. For kids in Baltimore, it's much more than just a band.
He's not just a drum inspector. He doesn't only talk about drums. He actually gives you actual life advice that you can take forward on.
It's like a family, for real. Mr. Lee's like everyone's father figure.
Mr. Lee helped me put down foundations in my life, what I want to do, how to get to college, how to do this.
Kelly Nolan is the band's program director. She says Lee is a special mix of father figure and mentor, a unique role that allows him to provide guidance and a helping hand.
He's from the military, he's from the Coast Guard and the Marines, and so he has that structure that I think the youth need, but like I said, he also has that fatherly figure that they also need. So it's, I love you, but you're gonna do this right.
1, 2, ready, play.
And as kids move through the program, Lee says his courage and dedication are renewed as he sees them go on to do great things.
That tells me that I'm doing the right thing. So when those days I'm down and depressed, I can think back and say, okay, get yourself up. You got more work to do.
Kai Jackson, Fox 45 News.
Hey, you just heard that was Kai Jackson with producer Jake Loth. All this month, Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch our Champions of Courage special Saturday morning, March 2nd at 11:30 on CW Baltimore. You can also catch it the next day, Sunday, March 3rd on MyTV Baltimore at 1, and then right here that same night, Sunday night, Fox 45 at 11.
All right, take a look at this. Our viewers are sending in these pictures of snowfall from this weekend. From the city to the counties, thanks so much for chiming in these pictures here.
Now we're looking ahead to our next weather maker, and they could bring some rain to our area. When that will happen?
That's a good question. I mean, that snow was here and gone just like that.
Yep.
And we're dry this week?
Yeah, and it looks like we have a chance of rain later on this week, right?
Exactly. That's what you just said. Yeah, some rain coming in.
That's right. Yeah,
by the way, today's President's Day, so you know what that means?
What?
It means I have a new holiday countdown.
Oh,
all right, exciting.
Because, President's Day's off, and now got to slide something in the bottom.
Yeah, because you forecast. You don't talk about past.
No, I do not. Looking outside right now, beautiful shot from our live cam downtown Baltimore, Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam at this time. Temperatures actually just a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday morning. In the upper 20s, still below freezing for a lot of us. We always have those numbers right there on the right side of your screen and some forecast info on the bottom as well. No wind to speak of at this time. Looking at the East Coast, most of us are mainly dry. A few snow showers well to the north of us. Also, we had that Daytona 500 postponement yesterday. Well, it is raining currently in Daytona Beach, but we are expected some clearing as we get later into the morning time, and hopefully by race time 4 o'clock this afternoon they'll be able to drop that green flag right here on Fox 45. So it was all that rain that really basically said, all right, can't get the racing in today, boys and ladies. So here's a look at our next 12 hours. Our temperatures are going to be rising today into the mid to upper 40s as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Some of us close to about 50 degrees with plenty of sunshine. The difference today, not as much wind, so it won't feel as cold. It's still February, and we still have these numbers in the low to mid and even upper 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid 40s. Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena over through Severna Park. And Eastern Shore numbers, we're going to see those in the mid 40s for you. Rock Hall over to Chestertown and Centerville, all the way down through Easton there in Talbot County, my friends there as well. Here's a look at your temperature trend, and notice over the next few days, these are steadily climbing. We start a string of 50-degree temperatures on Wednesday and continue to climb even as we head a little bit closer to the weekend, even though we are tracking that next weather maker. So ridge of high pressure is going to be in control for the next few days, and that means we're going to see lots of sunshine, not much wind, overall very pleasant conditions, albeit a little chilly. But as we head later into the week, more of that southerly flow comes in, and that helps to bring in up our temperatures. There's the next weather maker. It's really not until late Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening, and it's only going to be rain that's going to be rolling through. Are you guys ready for the holiday countdown? All right. So here we go. Spring forward, that's the time change. That's in 20 days. St. Patty's Day also on a Sunday in 27 days. Then a couple days later is the spring equinox. The first day of spring officially is just about 4 weeks away. Opening day in 38 days from right now. And we need a name for the bunny. Right there, you see him? You see how excited he is for Easter Sunday? He's just kind of like, da, 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 da. Huh? Okay, so Taylor says Eddie, the Easter Bunny. I didn't think about using an E for the alliteration because I like that. So, all right, we'll go with Eddie for now, unless somebody has a better choice. All right, 7-day forecast. Here we go. There's the showers coming in late Thursday into Friday, and then we'll keep those clouds around Saturday. But again, temps are going to be in the 50s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and looking around some of the cameras around the incidents. There's no major incidents to report around the Baltimore region. Earlier we had one that was cleared up. Now we just have a little two vehicles involved northbound 95 right near 152 Mountain Road. That's in Harford County, and it is over on the right shoulder, not causing any delays.
3 top elected officials are expected to join a panel to discuss juvenile justice. Still ahead in our 6 o'clock hour, the moderator of the panel is going to join us live with insight as lawmakers in Annapolis continue to debate juvenile crime laws.
Are your cold symptoms lingering longer than usual? Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, why your sicknesses seem to be sticking around. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. Start your engines. 526, the 66th running of the Daytona 500 is happening today. It was pushed back due to the heavy rain in Florida yesterday.
That's right. This is the only third time the Daytona 500 has been postponed. The green flag will wave at 4, and we will have complete coverage right here at Fox 45. A bright spot for you this morning. An Oklahoma woman celebrated her upcoming 100th birthday on what will actually be her 25th birthday.
So how many candles, right? Well, Mary Forsyth, you see right there, was born February 29th, 1924. Leap day. But since leap years only come around every 4 years, she will technically celebrate her 25th birthday. She could rent some cars now. History.com reports only about 5 million people worldwide actually have a leap day birthday.
Wow. Well, she looks great for 25, I'd have to say. And we're looking great today. If you like highs in the upper 40s and even some low 50s, when we can expect our next weather maker just ahead.
The legal saga surrounding Marilyn Mosby's continues to unfold. Why a judge rejected the defense's plea to dismiss the charges. And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime, right on Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 527, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Oh, look at that gorgeous shot. Look at that. Good morning to you on this Monday, February 19th, looking live over the Inner Harbor. Just stared at that all day.
Yeah, I know. It looked like there was a glitch on one of the lights that was down there against the water, but it looks like it cleared itself up. All right, well, thank you for joining us. Yeah, President's Day.
That's right. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for this holiday as pretty much everybody's still asleep.
Looks like that cannon was pointed at the Inner Harbor, but they're trying to point at the British, right?
That's the plan.
Yeah,
right?
That's the thing. Just stay away from us. So it's right there on Fed Hill. That was a Fed Hill shot, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Good morning to all of you. Happy President's Day and happy Monday. Here's kind of a top of the Transamerica building shot. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, our temperatures actually a couple degrees warmer than where we were yesterday at this time, but across the DMV, most of us in the upper 20s and lower 30s to get you going on your Monday. Pretty quiet conditions. If you do have to get out to work over the next couple of hours on your morning drive, probably won't be a lot of folks out there. No buses really with the schools out today. Low to mid 30s here as we take you through that 8 and 9 o'clock hour. And eventually we'll be on our way to the upper 40s. Going to keep those upper 40s around Tuesday, but then we actually slide into the lower 50s on Wednesday. And we have a nice little warming trend later this week. We'll continue to talk about that and that next chance for rain as well as we head into our final weekend of February. That's coming up in just a little bit. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network as you're looking out at Lock Raven Boulevard in Towson. And the only issue that we do have to report is 95 northbound right at Mountain Road, 152. There's 2 vehicles involved. They're on the right shoulder in Harford County. Everybody else are moving along just fine. Continuing our coverage on former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial, a judge denied a request from the former Baltimore City State's attorneys to acquit her in her mortgage fraud trial.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live to explain the latest developments in this case. And as we look ahead to her sentencing, what's next, Olivia?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. Some legal experts anticipate that appeals will be filed for all 3 of Marilyn Mosby's convictions. Meanwhile, she is expected to be sentenced on May 23rd. So we spoke with legal expert Euripsy Morgan about how much jail time Mosby could actually face.
I don't think she's going to get anywhere near the 40 years. I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhere in the realm of 18 months because there is going to be that deterrence factor in that it is such a public case.
Now, Mosby was recently convicted on 1 of 2 mortgage fraud charges to go along with 2 federal perjury convictions from back in November. The defense attempting to paint the timeline and picture that there's no evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the gift letter written by Marilyn Mosby and signed by Nick Mosby was submitted to the mortgage company while the Mosbys were here in Maryland. The gift letter indicated Nick Mosby would give Marilyn the $5,000 she needed to close on the Longboat Key condo. It was dated February 9th, 2021 and submitted on February 10th. That same gift letter is what a jury decided was the lie that Marilyn Mosby told mortgage companies, and it's what the jury used to convict the former top prosecutor in Baltimore City on 1 count of mortgage fraud. Judge Lydia Grigsby denying the defense's attempt to get the conviction tossed. And Mosby's also ordered to surrender her passport by February 20th. But it was revealed that Mosby should have given up her passport 2 years ago, but never did. And again, she is expected to be sentenced in May. You can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News been following the Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since the beginning.
We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021 when federal agents issued subpoenas to several people close to the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of those 2 Florida vacation homes.
Fast forward to January 13, 2022, when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
And Mosby's trial was originally set for May of 2022, but delayed 3 different times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case. She was then assigned a public defender. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case.
Nick Mosby sat down for a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News, talking about his testimony during Marilyn Mosby's latest trial. Federal prosecutors alleged Mosby claimed charitable donations that he did not make.
They also claimed in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and his car was repossessed.
He also admitted to lying to the public about a tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Now stay tuned with Fox 45 for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find our previous reporting on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com. In a city in crisis, a 35-year-old woman is in custody following two shootings Saturday afternoon in central Baltimore. The incident began around 3:30 in the afternoon as police say she shot another woman on East Redwood Street during a road rage incident. Investigators say she then ran to East Baltimore Street just a few feet away from BPD headquarters, where police say she shot an off-duty officer who then returned fire. Neither the officer or the suspect were struck.
Ukraine is running low on weapons and munitions, it claims, as it defends its country from the Russian invasion. One reason for the lack of supplies, Congress' inability to pass aid packages. This is a live look from Capitol this morning, and this comes as the Kremlin recently overtook a key city in Donetsk from Ukraine. Now, the Senate passing a $95 billion foreign aid bill just last week with $60 billion earmarked for Ukraine. That's in addition to the hundreds of billions we've already sent. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer releasing a statement Sunday demanding House Speaker Mike Johnson, House Republicans pass the funding bill following the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
We must show Putin that he must pay a price for the death of Navalny. And the best price the U.S. can make Putin pay is to give Ukraine the help they need to fend off Putin's evil aggressions.
Number one national security issue facing America today is our insecure, unsafe, and wide open southern border.
Well, Johnson and others in the GOP have issues with the bill, saying that it lacks provisions for migrants trying to enter the U.S. Schumer posting to social media the bill is, quote, sitting on Speaker Johnson's desk while Putin waits to see if the U.S. will act. That's the latest from our live center.
3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
An armed carjacking in South Baltimore captured on camera. Topping our next half hour, a look at the exclusive footage.
The border crisis continues to be top concern for lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Still ahead this morning, the efforts coming from the governor of Texas.
And we're staying dry for now. When we could expect our next chance of rain just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Monday morning, hopefully enjoying a 3-day weekend on President's Day here. As we look out over our Tassin camera looking into downtown Baltimore, temperatures are still chilly this morning. Make sure to bundle up with a hat, jacket, gloves, and definitely the jacket for sure. Sunglasses today will be a requirement as there'll be plenty of sunshine and not as much wind as we had yesterday. We'll still get to those temperatures in the mid to upper 40s, drop into the 20s again tonight and keeping those 40s around tomorrow. But later this week, some 50s start moving in. We'll take a look at those milder numbers and how long they will stay around coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Making your headlines this morning. Right now, Northern Virginia mourning a firefighter who was killed in a home explosion. 10 of his colleagues also injured in that blast.
Now, it happened Friday night in Sterling, Virginia. Now, northwest of D.C., those crews responded to a home after getting calls for an odor of gas. When they got on the scene, firefighters quickly realized there was an immediate threat to the area, but bravely went into that home to search for anyone inside.
After arriving on the scene, our crews found a 500-gallon underground propane tank leaking. The propane from that leak had migrated into the homes. When firefighters arrived in the home, they metered the home, they assessed the situation, and entered the home with the appropriate PPE.
45-year-old firefighter Trevor Brown was killed in the explosion. Authorities are still looking into what caused the propane tank to leak.
Also making your headlines this morning, University of Maryland and across the college hoops community, they're mourning the loss of longtime coach Charles Lefty Drizel. He died Saturday at the age of 92. Lefty is known for putting Maryland basketball on the map, forming the program into a true ACC and national contender. During his time there, from 69 to 86, the team ended up getting 348 wins. Under Lefty, the Terps went to 8 NCAA tournaments, won the 1972 National Invitation Tournament and ACC in 1984.
Taking a live look now over Camden Yards this morning as we count down to the Orioles opening day. Still ahead this morning, the worries this morning about the injuries that the team is already dealing with.
And this is a peak time for sickness, and it could seem like they're lasting longer. Those colds that you may have coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, why we are now seeing this trend and when you may need to get to a doctor. 5:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A fan favorite is officially back. Taco Bell has teamed up with ice cream brand Salt and Straw to bring back the Choco Taco. That's right. Yeah, the sweet treat was once the most popular item at every summer ice cream truck until Klondike discontinued the item because they have another thing they thought was too similar in July of 22 after they bought the rights for Choco Taco from Good Humor and Briars. Now, the new Choco Taco features the same waffle cone shell, but this time the filling features cinnamon ancho chili ice cream instead of the original vanilla and chocolate swirl. They'll be available nationwide this summer online and for shipping.
Well, Chili's is working on something special for National Margarita Day. The holiday falls on Thursday, February 22nd, and Chili's is offering $5 margaritas. All right, you'll see me there. $10 traditional margaritas and the tequila trifecta are included in the offer. The chain will also be using commemorative cups to give to guests so they can keep cheersing at home.
Well, NASA is putting up a Martians Wanted sign. Space Agency is looking for volunteers to simulate a year-long mission to Mars or the Red Planet. Now, you would be part of the second of 3 ground-based missions called CHAPEA, or Crew Health and Performance Exploration Analog. You will end up living in a 3D printed habitat in Houston. So Houston's like Mars, simulating Mars challenges like spacewalks, crop growth, and tech failures. But you need a science, technology, or engineering or math doctorate and 1,000 hours as a pilot. What? Yeah. NASA says ideal candidates will also be non-smokers ages 30 to 55 years of age.
Well, I'm out.
You can search nasa.gov/CHAPEA to find out more and apply. The deadline is Tuesday, April 2nd.
I mean, I don't have a doctorate. I mean, I have a bachelor's degree.
You're the most qualified in here. I think if anyone's going to do this, you've got to do it.
Yeah, go to Mars and have a pilot's degree, but live in a encapsulated thing. I don't think you're doing much flying.
Yeah, it's like, isn't it like, what's that Pauly Shore Biodome or whatever? Remember that movie? Is that what it is? Like,
wow, yes, you know? Very good.
Throwback for you.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and here we go. This is the week that spring training really gets underway in Sarasota, but here we go at Camden Yards. Let's click that countdown clock, please. 38 days until the Orioles home opener, Thursday, March 28th. I mean, that's just a little over 5 weeks away. We're all going to be hanging out there and enjoying opening day, that holiday here in Baltimore. Speaking of a holiday, it is President's Day, so maybe you have the day off up and down the East Coast. Pretty quiet weather that we're talking about right now. Grab that cup of joe, enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us here next few hours. Upper 20s and lower 30s through about 8 a.m. Sun comes up a little bit before 7 a.m. Goes to bed tonight at 5:48 p.m. And looking at our high temperatures, the average is 47 this time of year. Most of us will be near or maybe even a little bit above average. Lower 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air. 44 Chestertown, 45 Annapolis, 49 in Baltimore City. Keeping those mid to upper 40s here for D.C. and Baltimore. 50 in Richmond and 44 in Cumberland for this afternoon. On our temperature tracker, those numbers will steadily climb, especially starting Wednesday. You can see those 50s sneak in here and basically in the low to mid 50s for Thursday and Friday. A little bit of a dip on Saturday, but overall that trend is going up as we get deeper into February. Nice ridge of high pressure is going to be centered over the top of us for the next few days, so that's going to keep us dry. We're not going to really track that rain until we get to about Thursday, and that's going to just be some rain showers that'll come in Thursday afternoon and into Friday as well. But you can see, I mean, the future scan, not much happening here. Very quiet weather week considering what we had to deal with last week. But there it is. Thursday night, that frontal boundary rolls through. We'll have some rain showers Thursday night into Friday. It'll be a little bit cooler as we get into the middle of the weekend with our temperatures there. We spring forward. That time change just about 20 days away from right now with the spring equinox coming in 29 days. But March 1st is next. Hold on. Let's see here. Today's the 19th, so 26. Yeah. So next Friday is March 1st. That's meteorological spring, friends. Yep. That's right, March, April, and May. So there's that 7-day forecast. You can see that rain Thursday night into Friday, but overall, some clouds left over Saturday, but will dry out as we head toward the second half of the weekend.
The threat of Russia aggression escalating dramatically this week. Why Washington's divided on how to address it.
Taking a live look right now, coming out of Baltimore County, we are following some breaking news as a massive fire rips through multiple structures right along Pulaski Highway. We have the incredible images from the scene and the businesses that have now been impacted. 5:50 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning. .53 and making your headlines this Monday morning. A call for a domestic violence incident ends with 2 police officers and a paramedic killed. Another officer was injured and taken to an area hospital. Police say they've responded to a barricade situation around 2 Sunday morning where an armed man was reported to be inside with family members. Investigators say a total of 7 children were in that home in Minnesota, and a 911 call came from inside. According to police, the suspect had several guns, shot at responding officers from multiple angles of that home. After exchanging fire, police say the suspect was killed. Minnesota's governor expressing his condolences for the first responders who were killed or injured.
It's not going to go away when investigation's done. These families are forever impacted, and we still have Minnesotans willing to take an oath, sign up, do the work, and know this can happen. And that speaks volumes about this community, speaks volumes about Minnesotans.
Police say they're going to review body camera footage from the officers and that all 7 children were reported unharmed.
President Biden is repeating his calls for Congress to move quickly on approving military aid for Ukraine. He's met with Republican opposition in the House, but GOP leaders say the talks have made very little progress. National correspondent Atra Alan-Shar explains.
Within the span of a week, the threat posed by Russia to the U.S. and its allies has been dramatically amplified.
The threat is very serious. Everyone who's looked at it uses the same language that I have, that it is a very serious threat.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner cornering the White House to tell the public Russia is working on a new method to destroy satellites. potentially the same satellites Ukraine's military depends on. The world also learning Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has died at the age of 47 in a Russian prison where he was serving multiple sentences for dubious extremism charges.
Russia has serious questions to answer. Alexei Navalny has been a strong voice for freedom, for democracy for many years.
On Saturday, Ukrainian troops forced to withdraw from the key city of Avdiivka in eastern Ukraine, the Kremlin calling it an important victory.
The idea that now, when running out of ammunition, we walk away, I find it absurd. I find it unethical. I find it just contrary to everything we are as a country.
The Senate has passed a foreign aid package that includes support for Ukraine. In the House, Republican leadership says an overhaul of U.S. southern border policy must come first.
Before we take care of issues all around the world, we take care of our own first.
The European Union just agreed on a €50 billion package for Ukraine, but some Republicans on Capitol Hill argue Europe still isn't doing enough.
Fix your own country, share your own burden, spend more on defense.
At the Munich Security Conference, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urging world leaders to keep up their support.
Do not ask Ukraine when the war will end. Ask yourself, why is Putin still able to continue it?
Calling for the return of a rules-based world order as this coming Saturday marks 2 years since Russia invaded his country. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
The U.S. today will veto another resolution drafted by UN leaders calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. U.S. leaders warned that it could sabotage ongoing negotiations, and it comes as members of Israel's war cabinet threaten to invade the southern city of Rafah. This is contingent on the release of the remaining hostages by the start of Ramadan, which comes up in the next few weeks here. The Biden administration is urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu against invading the border city, where more than half of Gaza's 2.3 million residents have already been forced to flee. Many of them going to neighboring Egypt, but the plans here are sparking concerns that Netanyahu will try to forcefully relocate Gazans into the country.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store to get started.
They produced the handgun, held it to my victim's head apparently, and demanded his phone.
Several teens arrested following an armed carjacking in South Baltimore. Fox 45 News has the exclusive surveillance video as residents continue to voice safety concerns.
The Department of Juvenile Services operating somewhat without check to make decisions about some of our most serious cases.
The debate continues in Annapolis as lawmakers are trying to tackle the juvenile crime crisis. Just ahead, what we can expect out of tonight's town hall featuring Maryland's Governor Wes Moore.
Temperatures are cold this morning, but as we head toward the afternoon, we'll see some more sunshine and temps that will be rising. We'll take a closer look at it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, 5:58 on this Monday morning, February 19th, also known as President's Day. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, also known as Sleeping In Day for
Yes.
probably the students and maybe some parents.
A lot of people, 3-day weekend, some mattress shopping of all things, random furniture shopping on President's Day. Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to look at your forecast. It's cold to start this morning, but are we seeing more spring-like temperatures? Are we moving there? I mean, the spring equinox next week.
Yeah. A spring equinox not next week. It's a little ways away, yeah. But we'll have temperatures that are going to be a little bit milder here as we get later into the week as well. The first day of meteorological spring is next Friday. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. Looking outside for our Towson camera right now. Overall, pretty clear conditions and temps that are in the mid to upper 20s. Cockeysville and Towson down to Baltimore City at 27, 21 in Rosedale, 29 in Dundalk. So temps are still cold. Plenty of afternoon sunshine and temperatures today that will be above average. So if you do have to get out this morning, upper 20s for the next few hours, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
We want to take you to some breaking news this morning. We are hearing about a fire on Pulaski Highway. In fact, taking a live look right here, and this is right near Haven Street. A Baltimore County Fire Department telling its crews arrived at the scene just after 3 with multiple buildings on fire. The department says the buildings are occupied businesses and there are thankfully no injuries reported, but investigators are working to determine the cause of the fire. We have a crew heading that way as we speak.
Developing this morning, we're following 2 reports of shootings, investigations that are currently underway in Baltimore.
Yeah, police say 2 21-year-olds were shot along South Broadway, just north of Eastern Avenue last night. This happening around 6, both taken to area hospitals. About an hour earlier, police say a 22-year-old was shot on Lombard Street, and he is in critical condition, listed this morning. That shooting happening just a few blocks from shock trauma.
FOX45 News cameras captured a large police presence outside of shock trauma. Now, you can see here several bullet holes right there in the windshield of a white car. It's not clear if this is related to either shooting, but we'll keep you updated as we learn more here on air and online.
6:01 and continuing our coverage this morning, an armed carjacking in South Baltimore leads to the arrest of 4 teenagers.
It's going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
It's the latest in a series of violent crimes committed by teens captured on camera. And this morning, we are getting a look at that surveillance video. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on this exclusive footage and a story you're seeing first on Fox. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, this was yet another example of juvenile crime, and now residents right here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. The carjacking happened right here on the corner of Washington Boulevard and West Cross Street on Saturday night. Now, pay attention to your screen to see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. They crossed the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and demanded his phone. According to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in Southwest Baltimore. Inside, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds. The brazen crime leaving this Pigtown resident on edge.
It's just this time. These days is I think it's rougher. Got to take a risk every day.
The risk of juvenile crime, a harsh reality for many here in Baltimore. Now, video shows a Butcher's Hill woman beaten and robbed by a 12 and 14-year-old. And another video shows 2 juveniles robbing a man in the same neighborhood.
The size built was small, so they couldn't have been older than 12, 13 maybe.
Now, according to Baltimore police, in this Pigtown carjacking, the 2 16-year-olds were taken to central booking and the 2 15-year-olds were taken to the Juvenile Justice Center. But because of current laws, we aren't exactly sure what the boys were charged with. For now, reporting live in Pigtown, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Well, this is not the first incident of juvenile violence we've seen this year. Now, in Pigtown, police are still searching for at least 5 juvenile suspects connected to an assault inside a liquor store that happened earlier this month. Now, they've made 3 arrests, but say several more need to be made, with suspects as young as potentially 10 years old still on the loose, according to police. In January, we told you about the 77-year-old in Bolton Hill who was assaulted during an attempted carjacking. This man was simply unloading his groceries, but police say they are searching for several juveniles in connection to the case, but the victim's wife tells Fox 45 News there's been little progress in this case.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Mm-hmm. You showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department, and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any.
Now, she says she wanted several city schools to distribute reward flyers in the hopes that some students would recognize those subjects, and city schools, though, says they just don't share flyers from Metro Crime Stoppers. Last week, though, 4 teenagers were arrested for an alleged robbery at Towson Town Center, but Baltimore County State Attorney Scott Schellenberger says his office has yet to receive the case from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Why would we ever want to limit the length of time they're on probation if we're trying to help them?
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that will get juvenile crime cases in the hands of state's attorneys faster. Currently, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and then refer to the state's attorney. The bill aims to cut that time down to 15 business days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get cases from DJS even sooner.
The case to us, I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi was not present when Democrats introduced their juvenile crime package just last month in Annapolis. His office says, will not say whether he supports the measures proposed. Governor Wes Moore is doubling down on his support of Schiraldi. Take a listen to what he said last week on WBAL radio.
I wanted to get someone in there who understood how to reform a system, but also understood that the benchmark for the results I want to see are accountability. And that means having real accountability for the young people in the system, making sure there's accountability for people that are breaking the law, regardless of their age, but also making sure we have a system that actually works and can focus on rehabilitation.
Juvenile justice and legislation being debated in Annapolis will be the focus of a panel discussion happening tonight, featuring Governor Wes Moore and state's attorneys Aisha Brayboy and Ivan Bates. The conversation moderated by Armstrong Williams, and it begins at 7. You can stream it live on our website, YouTube page, or at baltimoresun.com.
A judge denies a request from Marilyn Mosby in her ongoing mortgage fraud trial. In our next half hour, what this means for the former city state's attorney moving forward.
And I felt like the roof shook. And I'm like, it doesn't sound like an earthquake.
Yeah, community heartbroken after a house explosion leaves one dead in Virginia. Coming up, what authorities say triggered the massive blast.
Temperatures 20s and 30s this morning as we get out for your President's Day holiday. We'll break down what we can expect as we head into the rest of the week ahead coming up.
But as we head to the break now, let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. A live look now over Ruxton and Charles Streets. No major issues to report at this time. Time now, 6:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Just about 6:10 on your Monday morning. It is President's Day. I hope you have the day off and you're just kind of hanging out, maybe sleeping in a little bit, watching us in bed. We appreciate that. Spring training getting underway this week in Florida. And of course, your O's will be back out there at Camden Yards a little more than a month from right now. Out for a run or a jog if you want to get that to exercise on this morning. Just layer up. Temperatures staying below freezing through about 8 a.m. Eventually, we'll get to above freezing in that 9 o'clock hour and milder numbers for the day ahead today. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
From the Live Center this morning, a live look over New York City, the battleground for a trucker boycott today. It's in support of former President Donald Trump. The group says they're refusing shipments to New York City in the wake of the civil fraud ruling that fined the former president more than $350 million last week. The former president threw his support behind the boycott, saying on Truth Social Saturday, quote, "Such an honor to have so many great patriots on the side of freedom. Joe Biden's unfair and dangerous weaponization of law enforcement is a serious threat to democracy. Make America great again," end quote. And that isn't the only major roadblock for last week's ruling. There's also a GoFundMe page that's been created by Ella Cardone. She's the wife of a wealthy real estate investor, Grant Cardone. Now, she created the Stand With Trump Fund, $355 million unjust judgment fund that this morning has already raised $390,000. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. That's the latest.
Once a Terp, always a Terp. How the basketball world is paying tribute to longtime Maryland head coach Lefty Driesell. Plus, new plans to address the border crisis on Capitol Hill, how lawmakers are trying to balance the issue with a looming government shutdown. 6:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .614, and the governor of Texas is intensifying his efforts to bypass the federal government and take illegal crossings at the southern border into his own hands.
Meanwhile, Congress is at a stalemate with no compromise on the issue in sight.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has the latest from Washington.
The Biden administration and the Republican governor of Texas butting heads once again on immigration.
We are building a new Texas Military Department base camp.
Governor Greg Abbott announcing plans for a base to house up to 1,800 National Guard troops in Eagle Pass, Texas.
It will increase the speed and flexibility of the Texas National Guard to be able to respond to crossings.
New Pew Research analysis of government data shows 2023 ended with more migrant encounters than any month on record, almost 250,000 in December alone. In Washington, President Biden denouncing House Republicans for refusing to take up a bipartisan Senate bill that would reform the asylum process and other immigration policy and provide aid to Ukraine, Israel, the Indo-Pacific, and civilians in Gaza.
So I call on the Speaker to let the full House speak its mind and not allow a minority of most extreme voices in the House to block this bill even from being voted on.
Much more has to be done, of course, to secure the border, and what the Senate produced this week is silent on that issue.
Some conservative lawmakers threatened to remove Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House if he brings it up for a vote.
Yeah, I mean, multiple of my colleagues have already promised that. I believe that it's not an empty threat.
Meanwhile, a bipartisan group in the House is working on a Plan B, a narrower border foreign aid bill without humanitarian aid for Gaza and Ukraine. But Congress is on their President's Day recess for the next 2 weeks. When they return, they have just a matter of days to prevent a partial government shutdown. Members of the Conservative Freedom Caucus pushing Johnson to bundle the GOP's strict border control bill to a budget extension to keep the government open. While they're home for recess, lawmakers likely hearing from constituents about Washington's inaction. 80% say the U.S. government is doing a bad job of dealing with the large number of migrants at the border, according to a Pew Research poll, reaching the highest level of dissatisfaction among Democrats since President Biden took office. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
President Biden's working to dispel fears of an emerging threat from Russia. Reports indicate Moscow is developing an anti-satellite weapon, although Biden says it's not yet operational. He says there's no evidence they've made a decision to move forward with doing anything in space.
What we found out, there was a capacity to launch a system into space that could theoretically do something that was damaging. Hadn't happened yet, and my hope is it will not.
Biden stresses there's no immediate danger to humans. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner sparked concerns when he urged the administration to declassify information regarding a serious national security threat. Leaders in Congress were briefed by intelligence and defense officials.
Yeah, it means blast off. Japan has successfully launched its new flagship rocket. Following last year's failed attempt, the H-3 is Japan's first new rocket in 22 years. It comes as the country seeks to strengthen its space initiatives amid increasing global competition. Japan's space agency initially tried to launch the rocket last March, but it was forced to self-destruct after a second stage engine failed to ignite. This launch included 2 microsatellites, one expected to contribute to disaster prevention by taking pictures and videos. The other is intended to monitor the conditions of factories on the ground.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chan. I feel like everyone's going to space now. I mean, we're all up there, I guess.
San, ni, ichi. That's how to count down from 3, 2, 1 in Japanese.
Oh.
Nice. So, right.
San, ni, ichi. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go, roku. That's the other way, but you know. Oh, by the way, guys, speaking of space and stuff, 49 days from today, total solar eclipse.
Wow.
And we're going to have about 80% of totality right here in Maryland. So it'll be good. Get those solar eclipse glasses now so you don't have to be worrying about rushing out and getting them, because it's going to be a pretty cool event and one that we won't see again for quite some time. So that's something that we're excited about. Had that last one in 2017. I was able to witness this in full totality. And let me tell you, full totality will change your life. It is amazing. All right, beautiful shot here of our Towson camera. Still a little bit of snow on some of the areas on the ground, not necessarily the roads, but definitely some snow in some of the grassy or marshy areas. 27 your temp right now in Towson. Really no wind to speak of at this time, and overall we are pretty dry up and down the East Coast. Very calm conditions. Different scenario for friends in Florida. Well, we had the Daytona 500 canceled yesterday or postponed because of all of this rain, and it's still raining there in Daytona Beach right now. However, the forecast does look promising to get this rain out of here by about 10, 11 o'clock this morning and drying out nicely for that 4 p.m. green flag drop right here on Fox 45. So enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us here on your Coffee Cast, upper 20s, and we'll get to the 30s by about 9 a.m. Sun comes up in just a little while before 7 a.m. and goes to bed at almost 6 o'clock. Those daylight hours continue to expand. Taking a look at the Bromo Seltzer Tower, our district, upper 30s here by 10 a.m. We'll see those numbers in the upper 40s. Some of us close to 50 degrees for your highs this afternoon. And the big thing today is a lot less wind. So it's still going to be chilly, just won't feel as cold with that wind we had yesterday. 46 in that 5 o'clock hour. Overall, checking the temperatures in your neighborhood, a lot of low to mid 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 47 there, Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium. Hartford and Cecil counties, you'll see those numbers in the low to mid 40s as well. Good day to fly today, pilots. Our pilot cast or your PIREP, VFR all day today and a lot less wind. Shout out to the Clearview Airport Flying Club. I was able to head out there yesterday for 2 Whiskey 2, and I got to speak to them, talk about weather and aviation and all sorts of fun stuff. So it was great to see everybody out there and a lot of great questions, too, about aviation weather and just kind of, you know, what I do here. So love flying and I love weather. And here we go. A ridge of high pressure. That's going to be great for flying for the next couple of days. We've got not much in our way. Very quiet week ahead. Next chance for any of those MVFR or IFR days are coming up on Thursday, and that's when we're going to have our rain. But it's really for Thursday late afternoon. Look at this weather maker right there. Our future scan stopping at about 9, 10 o'clock. So we're not really going to see that rain until Thursday night and into Friday morning. Those will be the times where we could get some sub-VFR ceilings. But for your President's Day and the next few days, not too bad. Temperature steadily climbing. We'll get to the low and mid 50s as we approach the weekend and keep those 50s going into next week.
All right. Well, thank you guys for sending your pictures in. These are some of the snowfall pictures we got this weekend as it blanketed areas in the city and the county. Now, this was from Sunshell from her home in Ellicott City. Beautiful snowfall there.
And this photo was chimed in to us from Dorothea of Pikesville of her backyard just covered in snow.
If you still see some snow in your area, we want to see it. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and a live look around the Baltimore region where there's no major issues to report on any of the major highways in the state of Maryland. All right, let's go to our live look right now from our Lynn Solar mobile track. And you can see there's at the scene of the fire and the destruction right here, right near Pulaski Highway. And that's where Baltimore County Fire Crew are telling us multiple buildings were on fire when they arrived at 3 this morning. The department saying that the buildings are occupied businesses. There's no injuries reported, so good news there. Investigators are working to determine the cause, though, of the fire.
With the NFL season officially underway, the Ravens extend one of their key veterans. Still ahead, what the move means for Lamar Jackson.
Racing fans, cancel your Monday plans because there's a big doubleheader coming your way. 6:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, the stars were out this weekend at Open Gate Brewery in Baltimore.
Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Montana, that's right, teaming up with the brewery as they were collecting non-perishable items from the Maryland Food Bank just yesterday. Joe Cool, the comeback kid, sat down for some Q&A, also tried his hand at guest bartending.
In the meantime, it is almost spring, and maybe you're thinking about getting outside with a brand new dog. And when that weather gets better, you certainly can do so.
Barks is starting their Dog's Day Out program, which allows people to just stop by the shelter and take a dog out for an adventure. Any participants need to be at least 18 years old, but you don't have to be a Barks volunteer. You can sign up right now by going to barks.org.
Highs today in the upper 40s and could peak into the low 50s later. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long will be dry before our next weather maker rolls through.
And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime, right on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 6:26 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you on this February 19th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a lot of people sleeping in on this 3-day weekend because of the federal holiday and President's Day.
That's right, I'm not mad at them. Let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast on this President's Day.
Good morning, Taylor. Tom, good morning to all of you as well on this Monday. And overall, our temperatures are chilly when you make your way outside. It's February still, obviously. Looking out of the stadiums right there and looking out the 395, not looking too bad at this moment. A few clouds kind of hanging around. Mid to upper 20s in Cockeysville and Baltimore right now. 30s in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge over to Annapolis. Right about 30 in Westminster for Carroll County. So our morning drive, if you do have to to get out this morning. Upper 20s and low to mid 30s here over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. And 49 for our high today. Upper 40s tomorrow, but notice on Wednesday we sneak back into the lower 50s, and we'll have a couple of dry days before we track that next weather maker later this week. Better look at that, or a closer look at that. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic here. The Len Stiller Traffic Network giving us a live look around the Baltimore region. No issues to report here, and everything looks like it's moving smoothly. We do have an update to you for some breaking news we brought to you earlier this morning about the fire on Pulaski Highway near Haven Street. Baltimore County Fire Department crews tell us they arrived there early this morning with multiple buildings on fire. The department believes those buildings are occupied by businesses. Nobody was injured, according to investigators, but they're still working to determine the cause of the fire. Our crew is there on the scene right now.
Now to a city in crisis. A 35-year-old woman is in custody following two shootings Saturday afternoon in central Baltimore. Incidents starting around 3:30, and police say the suspect shot another woman on East Redwood Street during a road rage incident. Investigators say she then ran to an East Baltimore Street just feet away from Baltimore's Police Department headquarters, where police say she shot at an off-duty officer who then returned fire. Neither the officer nor the suspect were struck.
Continuing coverage this morning on former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial. A judge denied a request from Mosby's attorneys to acquit her in her mortgage fraud case.
Olivia Dan joining us live this morning to explain the latest developments in her case, and we look ahead to her sentencing. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. Legal experts anticipate that appeals will be filed for all three of Marilyn Mosby's convictions. Meanwhile, she is expected to be sentenced on May 23rd. So we spoke with legal expert Eurypsy Morgan about how much jail time Mosby could actually face.
I don't think she's going to get anywhere near the 40 years. I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhere in the realm of 18 months because there is going to be that deterrence factor in that it is such a public case.
Now, Mosby was recently convicted on one of two mortgage fraud charges to go along with two federal perjury convictions from back in November. The defense attempting to paint the timeline and picture that there's no evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the gift letter written by Marilyn Mosby and signed by Nick Mosby was submitted to the mortgage company while the Mosbys were here in Maryland. The gift letter indicated that Nick Mosby would give Marilyn the $5,000 she needed to close on the Longboat Key condo. It was dated February 9th, 2021, and then submitted February 10th. That same gift letter is what a jury decided was the lie that Marilyn Mosby told mortgage companies, and it's what the jury used to convict the former top prosecutor in Baltimore City on one count of mortgage fraud. Judge Lydia Grigsby denying the defense's attempt to get the conviction tossed. Mosby also ordered to surrender her passport by February 20th, and it was revealed that Mosby should have given up her passport 2 years ago, but she never did. And again, she is expected to be sentenced in May, and you can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby financial concerns and this federal investigation since the very beginning.
We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021, where federal agents issued subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of two Florida vacation homes.
Now, fast forward to January 13th of 2022, when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
And Mosby's trial was set for May 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. Now, the judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on this case. Nick Mosby sat down for a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News, talking about his testimony during his ex-wife's latest trial. Federal prosecutors alleging that Mosby claimed charitable donations that he did not make.
They also claimed that in 2014, he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and his car was repossessed.
He also admitted to lying to the public about a tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Stay tuned with Fox 45 for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
An armed carjacking in South Baltimore leads to the arrest of 4 teenagers. Just ahead, exclusive footage in a story you are seeing first on Fox.
And drivers, start your engines because NASCAR's signature race returns after the break, when you can watch the Daytona 500 right here on Fox 45.
And we are waking up dry to kick off your federal holiday today, President's Day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, is tracking when we can expect our next chance of rain. 6:36 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
.639 is your time right now as we look out over the stadiums and the 395 on this Monday morning. Hopefully enjoying your weekend, maybe a 3-day weekend, still enjoying it. 20s in Western Maryland, some of us in the mid to upper 20s here for Baltimore and Bel Air, 34 in Annapolis, 32 currently in Westminster. So overall in your out the door cast, still need a jacket, maybe hat and gloves as well, and the sunglasses, as we'll have a lot of sunshine today. The difference today from yesterday, a lot less wind, so won't feel as cold, but you'll definitely need to layer up if you're out for a run or jog in the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that next weather maker rolling in coming up.
All right, let's take you to Daytona. We've got a live look this morning as NASCAR's season opening Xfinity Series race at Daytona International Speedway is happening today. And look, if you get a closer look at that, is that a UFO, a drone? What is that? We're not sure. Maybe just a chip on the camera. But the Xfinity Series race is now scheduled for a few hours from now. It starts at 11. That's just hours ahead of the 4 p.m. green flag start time for the Daytona 500. And drivers are gearing up for this big event.
I still get excited. That's how I know I still want to do this. It's always a good test. Anytime you get down to Daytona, if you're still a little excited when you get here and excited about a fresh start, that means you're not ready to hang it up yet. So I still feel excited and ready to get going.
It's got the biggest crowd, you know, the biggest purse, all the extra stuff that goes along with it. You know, when you get introduced every week, I mean, you get, or every year you come back to this race, you get, you know, introduced as a previous Daytona 100 winner. So it's just a prestigious event, and you want to win all the prestigious ones.
NASCAR postponed the Daytona 500 twice in the race's history. 2012, rain forced the race to move to a Monday. Then in 2020, the race started but stopped after 4 laps because of the weather and finished that Monday night. It's like they planned it just in case there is some weather on a holiday. You can watch it right here on Fox 45 again. That starts at 4 o'clock today.
Are you noticing that you have lingering cold symptoms? In our 7 o'clock hour, a medical expert explains when enough is enough and you should have a doctor look into your illness. And it is that time of the year we all dread tax season. Still ahead, how you can find a trustworthy tax preparer and the pitfalls you want to avoid this year. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 and in your morning rush, 4 teens have been arrested in connection with an armed carjacking this weekend in South Baltimore, the latest in a series of violent juvenile crime incidents since the start of this year. Olivia Dance joining us live now. And Olivia, incident was able to be caught on camera. So what does the video show?
Yeah, well, Tom, we'll take a closer look at that video in just a second, but this is just another example of juvenile crime, and now residents here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. The carjacking actually happened just behind us here on the corner of Washington Boulevard and West Cross Street on Saturday night. Excuse me. In the video, you can see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. They cross the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying that the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and demanded his phone. According to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in southwest Baltimore. Inside were two 15-year-olds and two 16-year-olds. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll take a closer look at that surveillance video and also hear from some concerned residents. Taylor, Tom, back to you.
Right, Olivia. Well, right now, Northern Virginia is mourning a firefighter who was killed in a house explosion. 10 of his colleagues were also injured in the blast.
Now, this happened Friday night in Sterling, Virginia, northwest of D.C., where crews responding to a home after getting calls for an odor of gas. Once on the scene, firefighters quickly realized there was an immediate threat to the area, but bravely went into the home to search for anyone who was inside.
45-year-old firefighter Trevor Brown was killed in the explosion. Now, authorities are still looking into what caused that propane tank to leak.
University of Maryland and across college hoops community mourning the loss of longtime Terps coach Charles "Lefty" Driesell. He died Saturday at the age of 92. Driesell is known for putting Maryland basketball on the map, forming the program into a true ACC and national contender. During his time there, from 1969 to 86, the team ended up getting 348 wins. Under Lefty, the Terps went to 8 NCAA tournaments, won the 1972 National Invitation Tournament, and ACC in 1984.
Reacting to Driesell's death is pouring in across social media. Former Maryland standout Len Elmore, who played 10 years of pro basketball, says his college coach was one of a kind. Governor Wes Moore says Driesell left a mark on the school, the sport, and the state that no one can replace.
6:46 is the time, and we need to find out exactly what it's going to be like on your day off. And kids, you know, that means you can go outside and do some spring cleaning, possibly if it's nice, or if it's not going to be nice, laundry, we've got dusting, vacuuming.
These sounded like the kind of parently ideas for kids today.
I know. Keep them busy, right? Get them worn out. Parents, you know, that are running around the house.
Okay, we'll send it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I would say go play some video games, but hey, do your thing.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, there won't be any shoveling to do really today because we got rid of all of that. And, you know, there's still a little bit of light snow here and there. You can kind of see that in the Towson traffic circle. But overall, not looking too bad. Our temperatures are cold right now. 27 your current temp at Towson. No wind to speak of. And that's the thing today is we won't have as much wind for the afternoon. Most of us up and down the East Coast, very dry conditions right now and also very quiet. So not tracking any major weather makers, at least for us here locally or even regionally. Here's a look at your coffee, Kaz. Upper 20s and low to mid 30s over the next couple of hours. That sun coming up in just about 5 or 7 minutes from right now. And the sun goes to bed tonight at 5:48. So golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. Well, we're not going to have to deal with a 1 or 2 club wind because, again, calmer conditions, mid 40s by noontime, mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So you can see those 40s continuing. Westminster, Bel Air to Cockeysville, 44 Chestertown, 43 Stevensville, 45 in Annapolis, and upper 40s in Baltimore City down through D.C. Right about 50 in Richmond, Western Maryland in the mid 40s as well for Cumberland. Notice our temperature trend up. That's where we're going. So even though we're in the upper 40s tomorrow, we get 50s starting Wednesday, and we keep the 50s all the way into this upcoming weekend, with Friday and being the warmest day with mid to upper 50s, even though we're dealing with some rain Thursday night into Friday morning. Notice on our future scan, staying pretty dry. Nice ridge of high pressure is going to be in control of this very calm weather for the next few days. We'll tap into what we call that southerly flow coming later this week, and that's going to bring us the milder air that will be in ahead of that next weather maker. You can kind of see it there on the left side of your screen, starting to move in Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. That'll be our next chance for rain. Shout out to Tracy and Lisa and Glen Burnie, our pet picks here. Teddy and Penny out for some shopping duties. So thank you for that picture, Tracy and Lisa in Glen Burnie. And we love to get your pet picks too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Send in your pet picks. We'll put them on TV. Maybe want to start doing some St. Patty's Day pet picks, because that's the next kind of holiday that we'll have around here. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast after our President's Day today. Notice where we stay mainly dry. It's going to be Thursday night into Friday, our best chance for some rain. Some clouds left over on Saturday, but overall not too bad for the final weekend of February.
Kyle Bradish is coming off a career season with the O's. Just last year, the 27-year-old righty was the team's best arm, finishing with 12-7 record. And finished 4th in the ALCY Young voting. Now, unfortunately, Bradish will have to wait longer than expected for his first start in 2024. General Manager Mike Elias announcing Thursday that Bradish suffered an ULC sprain to his throwing arm in January and will begin the season on the injured list. Coming up, a big weekend for sports ahead. The Birds are in Sarasota today. That positions players who are already there. We'll report Tuesday for the first full squad workout. Then Saturday, the O's first spring training game against the Boston Red Sox gets underway.
From the diamond to the gridiron, a win-win for the Ravens and wide receiver Nelson Aguilar. Yeah, he was signed a one-year extension and avoids free agency. Nice flip. The Ravens get to keep a reliable veteran addition. Aguilar played in every game last season with the Ravens.
Are you feeling the urge for some early spring cleaning? Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, we're learning some eco-friendly ways to declutter your home.
Plus, we know many of you have some free time today, so why not get a workout in to start the holiday? Coming up, a workout to honor the leaders of our country on President's Day.
And the only way to honor a Monday, regardless of President's Day or not.
Yes.
Okay?
Caffeine. That's right. .54, and juvenile justice and legislation involving juveniles is one of the most debated topics in Annapolis this session, as youth gun crimes and auto thefts have skyrocketed over the past year. That is why tonight's town hall features the governor and 2 states' attorneys will hope to shed some light on legislation that will make a change. In fact, joining us now, political commentator and moderator for tonight's town hall, Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong. You have Governor Wes Moore. He appointed Vincent Schiraldi, who is the Department of Juvenile Service Secretary. That has got to come up at some point because he's still standing behind Schiraldi, even though other people, even state's attorneys, are saying Schiraldi's policies are making it more difficult and the legislation for them to do their jobs.
Well, they've said much about Schiraldi and the governor, and when it was all said and done, the governor was forceful on the issue of reforming the legislation that was surrounding juvenile justice as he worked with Mr. Bates and Ms. Braidboy. And what we have to keep in mind, Tom, when it's all said and done, Schiraldi works for the governor, and whether Schiraldi likes the legislation that's being pushed or not, he has to do the will of the governor. If not, he has to find himself another job. That's just the bottom line.
But do you think you'll be addressing Governor Moore on, okay, you saw the history now from Schiraldi, you knew what kind of a reformer he was, his words that he used as a reformer, and now you're getting pushback from almost everybody else. In fact, state's attorneys across the state, a lot of them saying a lot of these issues, not only legislation, but a lot of his ways that he's going about it are not correct. And yet he still is backing them. I know that there's a change a little bit in the rhetoric, but are we actually seeing changes, though, in actions from Governor Moore and also Schiraldi?
We decided to invite decision makers on tonight, Tom, and Schiraldi is not a decision maker. Mr. Bates, Ms. Brayboy, and the governor are the decision makers. They're the most important lawmakers and voices in terms of making change in the state. And so the fact that juvenile justice is finally getting a relook in the legislature, and you know what the legislature proposes and what they actually pass in April could be something totally different. We're going to delve in those kind of conversations and how they came together to these conclusions that they had to do something very radical to protect the people that they serve. And the fact that just because someone is under 25 years of age, they don't have the cognitive skills to understand that they're committing a crime, which is just totally outrageous. And so I think people want results. I think the governor and the Ms. Brayboy and Mr. Bates are moving in the right direction, but we want to find out much more what they're doing. I mean, look at car theft, look at the carjacking, people who live in fear. People want to know that their communities are safe. And we're also going to delve into the issues of education, which is also a crisis in the state, because that ties into juvenile justice. And so while I know you guys want to focus on Mr. Schiraldi, we're not focused on Mr. Schiraldi tonight. We're just focused on his boss, who he works for, who ultimately making the decisions, and who's the one that has to be accountable and responsible for the people who elected him and not Mr. Schiraldi.
Armstrong, another issue that's been brought up by many Baltimore City leaders, too, and some vocalists that have come into our studio many times. They say two-parent homes. That's not being addressed at all in the legislative over the last 10 to 15 years. They're making policies that are not helping that happen. In fact, over the last 50 years, they say that it makes it more difficult to have a two-parent home. So when you look at the statistics on crime and youth crime specifically, why isn't that being addressed? And will you bring that up at the town hall tonight?
You know, what is fascinating, Tom, is that the disproportionate number of young black men commit the crimes, not only killing themselves, but killing each other. I mean, you look at Chicago, you look at Baltimore, you look at Washington, D.C., and one of the things that we've discovered in the background are these fatherless homes, the breakdown of the family. And you can pass all the legislation that you want, but until you address the foundation of the family, moral clarity, teaching these kids right from wrong, making sure that they understand what it means to be a man, making sure they understand what an education is, understanding values, that not much is going to change. I mean, Patrick Moynihan spoke of this during the 60s, during the Moynihan report, and he told us what the outcome would be with all these government programs that supposedly substitute the family. But you cannot substitute the family. You cannot substitute fathers in the home. And so absolutely we must address that, because to me, that is the most important issue, is the breakdown of the family unit.
Armstrong William, looking forward to your town hall tonight, both with the governor and also two state's attorneys. We appreciate your time.
Always a pleasure, Tom.
Thank you. Of course, juvenile justice legislation being debated in Annapolis will be the focus of that panel discussion tonight, featuring Governor Moore, state's attorneys Aisha Brayboy and Ivan Bates. Conversation moderated by, you just heard him, Armstrong Williams. And it begins tonight at 7. You can stream it live on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com, YouTube page, or baltimoresun.com. We have some breaking news, because earlier this morning a fire breaks out in Baltimore City and fire crews are still on the scene. You're taking a live look right now at some of the damage that was done. Just ahead this morning, we take you there as investigators work to find out what happened. Fallen first responders in Minnesota. 2 police officers, 27 years of age, and a paramedic were killed in the standoffs, others injured. We have the latest on the men who risked their lives to save others.
And our temperatures cold this morning, but we are going to be seeing milder numbers as we head toward the afternoon and later this week. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock on a Monday morning, President's Day, February 19th. I'm Tom Rogers.
Sounds about right to me. I'm Taylor Stewart. Hopefully you guys are getting that first cup of coffee because you're staying home this morning.
Yeah, just chilling out, you know, figuring out what to do with the kids, how they can help you clean up the house. I like that to get it going. That felt like a Monday morning.
Good sigh just to bring it all in. And let's bring it on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
All right, temperatures not too bad right now, guys. We're talking about chilly numbers this morning, still below freezing. But as we head toward the afternoon, not looking too bad. Sun is now up and shining over our stadiums here across Baltimore City, right down the 395, looking pretty good at this time. Statewide, lower 20s in western Maryland. Most of us in the mid to upper 20s and even some low to mid 30s here for Westminster, Bel Air, Baltimore, down through Annapolis at 34 currently. A chilly Monday morning, but plenty of sunshine for the afternoon. Not as much wind and temperatures that will stay above average. So here's a look at your day planner. We'll top out in the upper 40s today. Northwest wind only about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Overall, kind of a mild day, and some of us close to 50 this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we do have an accident, health alert, parade on 95 southbound, and that is right after 695. Southbound shoulders closed, not causing any delays in that area. The closest camera we have, it is not showing what's going on. Breaking news this morning. We're hearing about a fire on Pulaski Highway right near Haven Street. Started at 3 o'clock this morning. The Baltimore City Fire Department telling us crews arrived at that scene with multiple buildings on fire. The department says that the buildings are occupied businesses, but thankfully there are no injuries to report. Investigators are working to determine the cause.
Developing this morning, police are investigating 2 shootings that happened within an hour of each other. Police say around 6 p.m. last night, 2 21-year-old men were shot along South Broadway Street, just north of Eastern Avenue. Now, both of them were taken to the hospital.
About an hour earlier, police say a 22-year-old was shot on Lombard Street. He's currently listed in critical condition. That shooting happening just 5 blocks away from shock trauma. If you know anything about either of these incidents, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number right there at the bottom of your screen. That's 866-7-LOCK-UP. Fox 45 News cameras capturing a large police presence right outside shock trauma. In fact, you can see several bullet holes were counted. Our reporters counting 7 right there on the windshield of a white vehicle. It's unclear if this was related to either shooting. We'll keep you updated as we learn more, both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, an armed carjacking in South Baltimore leads to the arrest of 4 teenagers.
It's going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
This is the latest in a series of violent crimes committed by teens captured on camera. And this morning, we're getting a look at that surveillance video. Olivia Dance joins us live with more of the exclusive footage and what we're seeing and learning now in a story you're seeing first on Fox.
Well, Taylor, this is just another example of juvenile crime, and now residents here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. In fact, we spoke with residents this morning who are frustrated over this carjacking. The carjacking actually happened right here on the corner of Washington Boulevard and West Cross Street on Saturday night. Now, pay attention to the screen to see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. You can see they cross the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and then demanded his phone. Now, according to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in Southwest Baltimore. Inside, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds. The brazen crime leaving this Pigtown resident on edge.
It's just this time. These days is I think it's rougher. Gotta take a risk every day.
And the risk of juvenile crime, a harsh reality for many here in Baltimore. Video shows a Butcher's Hill woman beaten and robbed by a 12 and 14-year-old. The other video shows 2 juveniles robbing a man in the same neighborhood.
Didn't even give me a chance for me to give them whatever they wanted. They just jumped on me and started pushing me and punching me and stuff.
Now, according to Baltimore police, in this Pigtown carjacking, the 2 16-year-olds were taken to central booking and the 2 15-year-olds were taken to the Juvenile Justice Center. But because of current laws, we're not exactly sure what those boys were charged with. But for now, reporting live in Pigtown, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:05 now. This is not the first incident of juvenile violence this year in Pigtown. Police are also still searching for at least 5 juvenile suspects connected to an assault inside a liquor store earlier this month. 3 arrests have been made, but several suspects, some as young as 10 years old, still on the loose. That's according to police. Now, in January, a 77-year-old Bolton Hill man was assaulted during an attempted carjacking while he was just unloading his groceries. Police say they're searching for several juveniles, but the victim's wife telling Fox 45 News there has been little progress in this investigation.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And,
you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department, and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any.
The victim also says she wanted several city schools to distribute reward flyers in hopes that some of the students would recognize the suspects. City School says they do not share any flyers from Metro Crime Stoppers. Last week, 4 teenagers were arrested for an alleged robbery at Towson Town Center, but Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger says his office still has not received the case from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Why would we ever want to limit the length of time they're on probation if we're trying to help them?
Fox 45 Morning News has done extensive coverage on juvenile crime. For a full list of our stories, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Making headlines this morning, several firefighters remain hospitalized after an explosion in Loudoun County, Virginia. It killed a volunteer firefighter, Trevor Brown, and injured 10 others.
Joy Wang with our Sinclair affiliate is at the explosion site this morning. She has more on the current investigation.
It has been an emotional weekend for so many in the first responder community, as well as those living here in Sterling. And this morning, we just saw the law enforcement from the fire marshal's office also show up. Days later, this area still blocked off. You can see the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office here with their deputies as well. And just down the street, too, we are seeing more of those first responder vehicles. And I know it's tough to see, but the fencing that you're seeing up there actually put up by first responders as well. Now, over the weekend, investigators, including members of ATF, were here canvassing the property where a house once was. Here's what we know. Officials identified a leaking 500-gallon underground propane tank as a possible cause of the explosion. That explosion leveled this home in Sterling, killing 45-year-old firefighter Trevor Brown, who leaves behind a wife and 3 kids. 10 other firefighters were injured Friday night, and the latest update from Loudoun County Fire Rescue is that several are still in the hospital in stable condition, including 2 in the burn center. This community not only grieving, but also concerned.
The bottom line is we gotta help the folks here, but the second thing is some investigation need to get to the bottom of it so that we know exactly is this something that can reoccur or not, you know, because it's scary.
Now, I spoke with a neighbor about an hour ago, and he was saying that he understood that this investigation would be continuing for a while, that the road leading to his home would be blocked off for a while. And as you can see, the investigation is very much ongoing with that road still closed off. Stay with us for the very latest. In Sterling, Joy Wang, WBFF, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Joy. In the meantime, the Office of the Maryland State Fire Marshal is urging all Marylanders to check their smoke alarms and have an escape plan ready after they reported 3 fires across the state since Friday morning, 2 of them fatal.
The most recent happening Saturday around 6:30 p.m. when a vacant home in Harford County caught fire. It happened inside a home on Dorothy Avenue in Joppa. Now, according to the state fire marshal, it took around 20 minutes and 44 firefighters to put out the flames. The cause of the flames is still under investigation.
Just after 9 Saturday morning in Wacomico County, the Hebron Volunteer Fire Department was called to a house fire on Quantico Creek Road. According to the Office of the State Fire Marshal, when firefighters arrived, a woman was still inside. Firefighters found that woman unconscious on the 2nd floor. She was treated by EMS and then taken to a local hospital in critical condition. She ended up dying a few hours later. And Deputy State Fire Marshals determining the fire originated in the 2nd floor master bedroom and was caused by smoking.
And finally, just after 11 p.m. Friday night, firefighters in St. Mary's County were called to River Springs Road for a reported shed fire. A reported person who was still possibly inside that shed as firefighters extinguished the fire. They confirmed someone was inside. That victim had died. The cause of this fire remains under investigation.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-minute traffic conditions, breaking news and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
From the Live Center this morning, authorities are trying to piece together the details in a deadly shooting in a Minnesota suburb that took the lives of 2 officers and a firefighter over the weekend. Take a look here. Now, police say firefighter and paramedic Adam Finseth was treating these 2 officers, Paul Elmstrad and Matthew Rouge, when they all died. Now, police say the suspect barricaded himself inside of a home for several hours, with at least 7 children inside. Multiple guns and large amounts of ammunition were on the scene as negotiations lasted for hours. The suspect then opened fire. They were later found dead inside that home. Hundreds of people gathered in front of Burnsville City Hall on Sunday for a candlelight vigil to remember the victims and thank the first responders for the work they do to protect communities each and every day.
I've just never seen such an outpouring in a community like this. And there's officers from all over the state helping out now, helping out the Burnsville PD by taking the calls. They are in mourning and in shock. These were their fellow officers, but also their friends.
Right now, police are still working through the details. All 7 children who were inside that home were able to make it out unharmed. The autopsies are planned for today, and flags will be at half-staff across the Minnesota area. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Well, here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Marilyn Mosby will not be acquitted in her mortgage fraud trial. What does that mean for how long she'll spend behind bars? And we are exploring what's next in the process ahead of sentencing scheduled for May.
And is that sickness sticking around longer than you'd like? Just ahead, we're discussing why you may be feeling those long-term respiratory symptoms weeks after you were under the weather. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Well, does it feel like everyone around you is getting sick, or are you struggling with long-term cold-like symptoms? Well, there could be a reason for that. A study just released in the Lancet Infectious Disease Journal finds an increasing number of people are dealing with long-term respiratory illnesses, sometimes weeks after developing the cold or flu. Physician Assistant Christopher Toth from GVMC Health Partners here to explain to us. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, but I'm sniffling myself this morning. I cannot get rid of this cold. I'm really curious, what is going on here?
Absolutely. So obviously in the winter months, we tend to see a large amount of upper respiratory illnesses. Those average basic colds, they average somewhere between 5 to 10 days. Beyond that, we see a large amount of people coming in with chronic cough that's spanning 2 to sometimes even 8 weeks at times. So that's thought to happen for a few reasons. Reason one, chronic postnasal drip after an illness really can trigger the cough reflex. Okay, so not surprising that there's a little bit of sniffling plus chronic cough. And then second, the upper respiratory illness itself can actually cause some inflammation in the lungs. And we tend to see that prolong as people are recovering after these illnesses.
Well, this seems to be a trend that we really started to put some more focus on when we noticed long COVID symptoms. Is there any link to that at all?
Sure. There's a similar link with respect to inflaming the airways, inflaming the back of the throat, inflaming the nasal passages. Those are things we see across both COVID, flu, colds, and of course RSV, which is going around in this time frame as well.
Okay. So inflammation's obviously a big thing here. What can we do to manage the symptoms?
Great. So first things first, the over-the-counters are reasonable. There is a time frame that this usually lasts, like we mentioned, somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 8 weeks. So lozenges are great for throat inflammation. Nasal steroids are great for chronic congestion. Over-the-counter cough suppressants are reasonable. All those options available to us, that's where I would start.
Final question here, Chris, because when do you know it's time to go a step further and go see the doctor? At what point should you be saying, hey, I need to check in for more help here?
Great question. I have kind of 3 cardinal rules on that. Number one, if you're coughing up any type of blood, that is a reason to absolutely come to your provider. Number 2, if there is any progression in the symptoms, so the cough frequency or intensity is getting worse, right? After the illness, we should see that start to be stable or even wane, okay? If that's not happening, that's a reason to come in and see your primary care provider. And 3, you should absolutely be aware of systemic symptoms like fever, chills, body aches, loss of appetite. If you're seeing that rebound and you're seeing those symptoms again present, absolutely come talk to us because something else could be going on.
All right, a few more weeks in this winter season. Thank you so much, Physician Assistant Christopher Toth with GVMC Health Partners.
Thank you.
7:18 is the time. I just went outside for a little bit, and it was brief because it's so cold out.
Really? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so I'm going to probably be inside today because I need to work on my, long cold is what we're learning here. So, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, well, we'll see the temperatures that eventually are going to be maybe a degree or 2 warmer than yesterday. We got to the upper 40s. Less wind today will make it easier to be outside. And yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's kind of frosty right now, but the sun is up, shining brightly on our stadiums, and 27 your current temperature at BWI. We are just 38 days away now until opening day for your Baltimore Orioles right there on a Thursday afternoon at Camden Yards. Can't wait for that. Here's a look at our HD radar up and down the East Coast. Pretty quiet conditions, but spring training starts this week in Sarasota, and also the Daytona 500, which was postponed yesterday because of all of this rain. Still seeing some rain showers there in Daytona Beach, but this rain continues to move out of here. We expect some clearing as we get later into the day and should be able to get those races underway through the morning and into the afternoon. Of course, you can watch the Daytona 500 right here on Fox 45 this afternoon. 29 by 8 o'clock here on your MetroCast Day Planner, and we'll get to the mid 40s through about noontime, in those mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for you on your Monday afternoon for President's Day. And temps across the region in the low to mid and upper 40s for Carroll County and Baltimore counties as well. Mid 40s, Perry Hall and White Marsh, 47 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the low to mid 40s here for Bel Air and Aberdeen. Up in the northeast, Elkton at 42 for your high this afternoon. Great day to fly today, pilots. Not a lot of wind, so we're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules, pretty much all day. Should be good to go. And we'll have a lot of VFR days ahead, at least for the next 2 or 3 days, because of that nice ridge of high pressure and not really tracking a lot of wind. Wednesday and Thursday, more of that southerly flow brings more of the mild conditions to our region. That's ahead of our next weather maker. You can kind of see that on the left side of your screen. So by the time we get to Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening, that's when we'll have a better chance of a few of those light showers rolling through. But we're not talking about a lot of rain with this system. Christopher Thomas, shout out to you. Look at these doggies right here. Blue is on top of Tippy, and they are just kind of hanging out on the couch this morning. So that's a great way to look at things. Christopher, thank you very much for sending that picture in. I love getting your pet pics. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, here we go. On your 7-day forecast, as I mentioned, 40s and 50s through the course of the week. We'll get those showers here, but our temps will be mild with that rain coming in through Friday morning. Saturday, some leftover clouds, a little cooler, but overall, not looking too bad for the final weekend of the month.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and taking a live look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region. And no major incidents to report. The only issue that we have is 95 South, right near the 695 Baltimore the Beltway in Halethorpe. There's one vehicle over on the right shoulder. It's not causing any delays. So that's some great news. The volume's really not picking up at all. Taking a look at some of your drive times, too, in the green on this President's Day holiday, so less traffic out there. And, yeah, everyone's 8 minutes from 795 to 95, 95 to 83, 9 minutes. Well, now we want to give you a live look from our Lynn Solar mobile track and cruising around the scene of a fire that was earlier on Pulaski Highway. Now driving around, and you can see heading towards the sunrise. It looks like it will be warmer, but as Justin was just telling us, it does not feel it when you step outside.
Milder temperatures mean it is time to hit the reset button inside your home. How and where you can get your life organized in an eco-friendly way.
Museum has been around for more than 45 years, celebrating Black history in Maryland. Coming up, we'll be speaking with one of the directors and curators about Lily Carroll Jackson's legacy. 7:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
We are under 2 weeks away from March, which means there's still plenty of time to celebrate and learn about Black History Month.
We are live at the Lily Carroll Jackson Museum with the Associate Director and Curator, Dr. Iris Barnes. And yes, she's excited to tell us about 45 years in the making. Doctor, tell us exactly, where is this museum?
This museum is in a community called Bolton Hill, or some people call it Marble Hill. So it's at the crossroads at 1320 Utah Place.
And what do you guys have to offer? We know that Ms. Carroll was one of the true freedom fighters here in Baltimore City. How does this museum honor her legacy?
Well, this museum used to be her home. She bought this home in 1953, a year before the Brown decision, which means there were lots of conversations taking place here between lots of civil rights leaders, including Thurgood Marshall, Clarence Mitchell Jr., Juanita Jackson Mitchell. And this museum showcases not just her work, but also other Baltimore leaders who were her allies. So we have 6 galleries, 3 floors, 2 period rooms. And in the room that I'm in right now, you can see it as it was when she lived here.
Oh, that's incredible. Dr. Barnes, about how long, you just went through 3 floors and a couple different sections there and a lot to look at. About how long do you estimate somebody should take when they go through the Lily Carroll Museum?
Well, if you do a guided tour, they're set up for about an hour, hour and a half, depending on how much time you have. But if you're a reader, there's plenty to read, and you could be here a couple of hours. There's interactive kiosks, so we've modernized it and made it interactive for those who want to learn more.
All right. Director Barnes, thank you so much for checking in with us. We will check in with you again this morning and have more information on our website right now on the Lily Carroll Museum. You can go check out for yourself.
After a chilly start to your morning, we are looking forward to a mild afternoon with highs reaching into the 40s, possibly even touching some of the 50s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And come May, Marilyn Mosby will learn her fate, what legal experts expect her team to spend these next few months doing, and how long they expect she'll spend behind bars. Time now, 7:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you on this Monday, February 19th, 7:30. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, President's Day. So, yeah, enjoy it. Maybe you're just waking up now. Normally you wake up like, man, join us at 4:30 in the morning. I'm glad you got to sleep in.
I know, at least one of us did. All right, well, meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast, and we're going to possibly see the 50s today, but it's cold outside right now.
Yeah, right now definitely cold, but upper 40s and a few low 50s will be possible as we head into the afternoon. Biggest thing today, a lot less wind, but plenty of sunshine out there right now. Looks really good from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. 27 in Baltimore City and Woodlawn. We're at 29 in Brooklyn Park, 28 currently in Dundalk, and you're at 26 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Actually, we're about 3 or 4 or even 5 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your day planner, upper 40s is where we're going to end up for the most part. Again, that northwest wind only about 5 to 10 miles an hour today. We'll stay in the 40s tomorrow, and then we'll slide into the lower 50s area wide on Wednesday. We do have a couple of dry days ahead before our next weather maker rolls in. We'll talk about that coming up in just a few.
Take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking through the sun right here at Ruxton Road and Charles Street in the Baltimore region. A little bit more volume picking up, but get this, you know it's a holiday. Not even an accident around the D.C. area, and you know they can't drive down there. So my goodness, it is a holiday.
That's for sure. Continuing coverage now on former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial. A judge denied a request for Mosby's attorneys to acquit her in the mortgage fraud case.
Now, Olivia Dance joining us live this morning to explain the latest developments in her case as we look ahead to her sentencing. Olivia?
Well, Taylor and Tom, some legal experts anticipate that appeals will be filed for all 3 of Marilyn Mosby's convictions. Meanwhile, she is expected to be sentenced on May 23rd. So we spoke with legal expert Eurypsy Morgan about how much jail time Mosby could actually face.
I don't think she's going to get anywhere near the 40 years. I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhere in the realm of 18 months because there is going to be that deterrence factor in that it is such a public case.
Mosby was recently convicted on one of 2 mortgage fraud charges to go along with 2 federal perjury convictions from back in November. The defense attempting to paint the timeline and picture that there's no evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the gift letter written by Marilyn Mosby and signed by Nick Mosby was submitted to the mortgage company while the Mosbys were here in Maryland. The gift letter indicated that Nick Mosby would give Marilyn the $5,000 that she needed to close on the Longboat Key condo. It was dated February 9th, 2021, and then submitted on February 10th. That same gift letter is what a jury decided was the lie Marilyn Mosby told mortgage companies, and it's what the jury used to convict the former top prosecutor in Baltimore City on 1 count of mortgage fraud. Judge Lydia Grigsby denying the defense's attempt to get the conviction tossed. And Mosby was also ordered to surrender her passport by February 20th. But it was revealed that Mosby should have given up her passport 2 years ago, but she never did. And again, she is expected to be sentenced in May. You can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns in the federal investigation since the beginning.
We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021 when federal agents issued subpoenas to several people close to the couple. We learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase then of those 2 Florida vacation homes.
Fast forward to January 13, 2022, when Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
Now, Mosby's trial was originally set for May of 2022, but delayed 3 different times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case. She was then assigned a public defender. The judge delayed trial to allow Mosby's new team to get up to speed on the case.
Nick Mosby sat down for a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News talking about his testimony during Marilyn Mosby's latest trial. Federal prosecutors alleging that Mosby claimed charitable donations that he did not make.
They also claimed that in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and his car was repossessed.
He also admitted to lying to the public about the tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Stay tuned with Fox 45 News for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, Ukraine now claims it's running low on weapons and munitions as it defends its country from the Russian invasion. One reason some are claiming is the lack of supplies. Congress's inability to pass an aid package. This is a live look from Capitol Hill this morning, though, and this comes as the Kremlin recently overtook a key city in Donetsk from Ukraine. The Senate passing a $95 billion foreign aid bill last week, add on to the hundreds of billions they've already sent over to the country, with $60 billion earmarked for Ukraine. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer releasing a statement Sunday demanding that House Speaker Mike Johnson and House Republicans pass the funding bill following the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
We must show Putin that he must pay a price for the death of Navalny. And the best price the U.S. can make Putin pay is to give Ukraine the help they need to fend off Putin's evil aggressions.
Number one national security issue facing America today is our insecure, unsafe, and wide open southern border.
Johnson and others in the GOP have issues with the bill, saying that it lacks provisions for migrants trying to enter the U.S. Schumer posting to social media the bill is, quote, sitting on Speaker Johnson's desk while Putin awaits to see the U.S. will act. That's the latest from our Live Center.
They couldn't have been older than 12, 13 maybe.
4 teenagers arrested in connection to an armed carjacking in Pigtown. We have the exclusive surveillance video in a story you'll see first on Fox.
A race must go on just a day later than originally scheduled. Fox 45 Morning News taking you to Florida for NASCAR's biggest event of the year. 7:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all left turns all morning.
Happening today is the 66th running of the Daytona 500. Now, the race was supposed to be yesterday, but it was postponed due to some rain.
It's the biggest oddity in the sports world because it's both a season opener and the biggest event of the NASCAR season.
That's right. Well, this year's race has past Cup Series champs who are still missing that Daytona 500 win on their resume. Now, there are also former winners seeking a second 500 win, which is something just 12 drivers have accomplished.
Finally, others are hoping to jumpstart a championship run with a win on NASCAR's biggest stage. For all of them, though, whether it's their first or their 20th time at this event, it's still special every February.
I still get excited. That's how I know I still want to do this. It's always a good test. Anytime you get down to Daytona, if you're still a little excited when you get here and excited about a fresh start, that means you're not ready to hang it up yet. So I still feel excited and ready to get going.
It's got the biggest crowd, the biggest purse, all the extra stuff that goes along with it. When you get introduced every week, or every year you come back to this race, you get, introduced as a previous Daytona 500 winner. So it's just a prestigious event, and you want to win all the prestigious ones.
Well, Joey Logan will have a head start chasing his second Daytona 500 win as the first pole winner of 2024.
That may not be a recipe for success. Just 9 previous pole sitters have led the field from the green to the checkered flag. Last 24 years ago, Dale Jarrett.
All right. Well, you can watch all of that racing action right here on Fox 45. That green flag waves at 4, and we'll have complete coverage from there. Stick with us.
So would you dare embark on a journey without knowing where your flight will land? Get on and you're just going to land somewhere. We'll tell you the details on how to join this exciting adventure.
Exciting for who? Okay. And Governor Moore pushing for his new affordable housing bill ahead. We have more on his proposal and what it entails and how some lawmakers are reacting. Time now, 7:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
744. Governor Wes Moore's first bill in his push for legislation this session pertains to more affordable housing throughout the state. It's called the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024, and it is getting some pushback from leaders in the expansion zones. Joining us now, one of those who oppose the bill, Harford County Executive Bob Gasly. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning. Morning. Happy President's Day week.
Happy President's Day. Yeah, this is one of those bills where you start hearing about it. You know, Governor Moore said, hey, I don't want any children to be poor anymore. I'm going to get them out of poverty. I've got all these different plans. One of them is saying, okay, we need to go into more affluent areas and create some housing that will be able to help them. It's been done before. Lots of different states, lots of different cities have done this exact same push before. This one's a little bit different, though.
Yeah. Well, from what we've seen here in Maryland so far, low-income housing has generally been done in the counties with more of a in the cooperative effort. We'll give you additional low interest rates. It's not been a push. This one's different because the state's saying we're going to override your local zoning decisions. We're going to override your local zoning processes. We're going to override your adequate public facilities legislation. So. And that's concerning because you're taking it away from us. You're nullifying the local concerns, not only the governing processes, but the voters' wishes. And you look at this, it turns a single-family housing district into multifamily housing. Okay. It takes a multifamily housing district and gives a 30% plus up. It takes areas that we zoned for commercial or industrial and says those are now high density residential.
So it's changing city planning
completely. So I don't have, the planning process is fairly long and in depth. We got to make sure we have the bus lines, the schools, the parks and rec, the social services. This says, nope, we're going to put high density housing in the area that you zoned for commercial or industrial, and we'll put it in there, and it could be hundreds of units. And now you figure out, counties and municipalities, how you're going to bring in all the infrastructure needed to support that. It's troublesome.
Well, let's talk just about the education aspect of this, because we can talk about all those different perspectives there. Education perspective right now, Baltimore County is redistricting. They're moving children around because they have overcapacity in a lot of different schools. And with that, they're also firing teachers. A lot of teachers have been given pink slips over the day. Cecil County also letting go some teachers because they can't afford to keep funding them. Is this happening in Harford County? I mean, I know a lot of new schools in Harford County also being built just kind of over the last few years, filling up to capacity at 95%.
Yeah, we've overwhelmingly, our schools are at capacity or close to capacity, and the state is not willing to provide additional resources for us to build more schools. And as the schools are particularly challenging because we try to predict schools far enough out that we can get the property at a reasonable rate. But when you come in and say, here's a whole new housing district in a commercial area surrounded by residential, I got no place to build a new school. So I don't know how we're supposed to locate. We got to buy the property, get the funding, build an entirely new school, or we just crowd up. And sorry to say, the state seems to be saying repeatedly, not only through Kerwin, but through this, just put the kids in portables, take them from, take your classrooms from 25 to 45 and put the kids in portables.
Is this a way, though, some people are speculating, okay, well, Governor Moore doesn't want to raise any taxes because that's what in order to bring everyone out of poverty. I don't want to raise taxes, so I'm going to push this out on counties across the state, and then you would have to raise your taxes in your county. So it's not the governor, but it's you, Bob Gasly, the executive, that's raising taxes.
And we're seeing that all my fellow county executives, Republican, Democrat alike, are really concerned because it's already happening. Even without the low-income housing initiative, we're already seeing the push for, particularly under the education bill, the Kerwin blueprint, that we're pushing unfunded mandates onto us. I mean, we're as an example of an unfunded mandate, my jurisdiction spends about $700,000 a year to provide free drugs for drug addicts in our detention centers. The state was supposed to fund that. That's called an unfunded mandate. They make the counties do it. So these are the challenges that we're facing as the state repeatedly tries to slough off its responsibilities onto the local jurisdictions. And I'm not going to raise taxes. That's not in the offing. We're working really hard to increase the efficiency of our government, spending a lot of time on that. But I see other jurisdictions are having a lot of problem with that, and many are resulting to higher taxes or laying off teachers. I'm not going for either one of those. We don't need to either lay off teachers or have higher taxes. We need to be more efficient, more effective in what we do.
Harford County Executive Bob Castley, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Well, now we're going to go over to meteorologist.
The way with kids out of school today, and that is definitely nice as well. Plenty of sunshine out there. It's still on the chilly side, even cold for some of you. So you want to make sure to grab that jacket, maybe the gloves as you head out and head to whatever you're doing today. If you are heading to work or just getting some errands done. 27 your temperature right now in Towson. Really not much wind. And that's the thing today is that we will not have as much wind as we had yesterday. And thanks to this big old H right there, that's that nice ridge of high pressure. When you see those on the map, typically that means fair weather or nice conditions, which is what we're seeing, that sinking air from that subsidence over there, the anticyclonic flow. So there's a look at our next 12 hours. Numbers are going to steadily climb in the mid to upper 40s as we get into the later part of the afternoon. Some of us going to get really close to that 50-degree mark, but pretty similar temperatures to yesterday afternoon. Sun will be up until 5:48, so plenty of sunshine and plenty of those daylight hours that continue to expand as we get closer to that first day of spring. Lower 40s, Bel Air, Cockeysville over to Westminster today. Upper 40s in Baltimore City. Some mid 40s for you. Laurel down through Annapolis. Right about 43 in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge. If you're traveling today, pretty quiet through most of the country. Mid to upper 50s. Charlotte, Nashville down through Atlanta. 56 Memphis. 60s for Oklahoma City and Dallas. We do have some wet weather in the west, and that's in parts of Southern California and Northern California. Another storm is bringing more rain and even some upper level or higher elevation snow. Now, here's a look at your car wash cast. Next 3 days looking pretty good. 3 greens. But remember what Belle Biv DeVoe said, never trust a big butt and a smile. We definitely have that chance for some rain later this week, not until about Thursday afternoon. So you can get the cars cleaned up. They're dirty. We know they're dirty after all of that snow and all that stuff out there. So the next 3 days, you are good to go, friends. But we're talking about that rain that's rolling in by the time we get to Thursday, late afternoon, and into Friday as well. Really not much to see on that future scan. But again, that rain will come toward the end of the week. Zoe and Ella, look at those doggies right there. They're ready for kind of a hangout day. Teresa Warner sent that picture in, and that is just a sweet picture of those doggies of, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Zoe and Ella. So thanks, Teresa, for sending that picture in. Always love your pet pics. You can keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. You can post it on X. You can send it to me Facebook, Instagram, or even chime in on our website, and we'll find those pictures and we'll put them on TV for you for my pet pics segment. So there's that rain coming in again Thursday, late afternoon into the evening into early Friday morning. And then Saturday looks dry for the most part. Not too bad for the final weekend of February. Next Friday is meteorological spring. That is March 1st. So we're getting closer.
Well, coming up, a $3 billion transportation deficit. We have more on what state officials are doing to try and cover the funding gap.
And a lottery winner's out $36 million. Just after the break, we have more on how they missed out on a massive payday.
Oh, man, yeah. You want to sit back and just go, what in the world was I thinking? Maybe they didn't get the slip in time.
Probably
they lost it.
Didn't have their morning coffee. That could...
It's probably Oh, this story, 7:55, trending now. A lottery winner should be flush with excitement and a whole lot of cash, but now the winnings are flushed down the drain.
That's right. A winning Mega Millions ticket worth $36 million isn't even worth the paper it's printed on now. Now, no one stepped forward with the right numbers, and the deadline passed.
Winning ticket was bought at the public supermarket in Jacksonville, Florida, August 15th, but the last day to claim the winnings was February 11th.
That is going to hurt. The Florida Lottery says 80% of the money will go to an education fund, and the rest will go into another prize offering.
That's for the kids.
Yeah. Well, one airline's offering travelers a once-in-a-lifetime mystery destination trip.
Scandinavian Airlines has created the opportunity for its members to sign up for a trip to, quote, destination unknown.
Okay, well, the thrill seekers willing to go will meet at Copenhagen Airport, board the mystery flight, and enjoy an adventure organized by the airline.
The announcement was made last Monday, and more than 1,000 people have already signed up to go on this adventure. The only clue travelers have is that the flight itself will last a few hours. One of those things like bring your sleeping bag.
Right.
What do you pack? You know, a bathing suit, toothbrush, right?
I don't know.
An axe? No, you can't take that on a
You don't
plane.
even know where you're going. All right. Coming up, it may be a little chilly now, but temperatures will reach the upper 40s, possibly the low 50s. Stick with us for more on our next chance of rain. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Coming up, an armed carjacking in Pigtown leads to the arrest of several teenagers. In just a few minutes, we'll have more on the exclusive footage and the latest in the trial of former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Ahead, her team's latest attempt at an acquittal in her mortgage fraud trial.
We're tracking cold temperatures right now, but as we head into the afternoon and later this week, we'll see those numbers be a little bit more on the milder side.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 8 o'clock on this Monday morning, February 19th. It is President's Day. Thank you for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
That's right. I'm Taylor Stewart. And hopefully you're enjoying a cup of coffee in the house, maybe in the bed. what did you say, planning for the cleaning to get underway soon for the kids?
I'm sure that's what Patrice and Megan are doing. They're getting their kids, their daughters, to go out there and start dusting the baseboards, doing the dishes. You know,
and I'm the bad auntie that goes, come outside, let's go hang out. Well.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. You put the kids to work, right?
Yeah, heck yeah. If I had kids, I'd absolutely make them work, 100%. By the way, T-Square, good morning to you. Tom, feels like a Tuesday for you and me because we were here yesterday. So it's kind of like, woo, extra cup of coffee. Let's go outside, friends. Yeah, there it is. Fed Hill. And yeah, the shady side right there, not the town, is where we're seeing some of that leftover snow. Not good for sledding anymore, sorry. Our weather story looks like this. Plenty of sunshine today and not as much wind for the afternoon with temperatures that are going to remain in the above average category. So on your out and about cast, mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours. We'll slide into the 40s by 11 a.m. and on our way to the mid to upper 40s later this afternoon. Well, coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about numbers that are going to get into the 50s and how long the milder temps stick around. Is winter completely over yet, Tom? I don't know. I'm going to answer that in a bit.
Okay. I was thinking Puxtawny Phil. All right, yeah. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And you know it's a holiday. We're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, where typically at 8:02, that would be about, what, 10 times the amount of vehicles traveling on it. It's wide open this morning. No issues to report anywhere in the state of Maryland.
Going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
Continuing coverage this morning, an armed carjacking in South Baltimore leads to the arrest of 4 teenagers. Now, this morning, we're getting a closer look at that surveillance video. Olivia Dance joins us live with more on the exclusive footage and a story you're seeing first on Fox. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Taylor. This is just another example of juvenile crime, and now residents right here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. The carjacking happened right behind us here on this corner of Washington Boulevard and West Cross Street on Saturday night. Now pay attention to your screen to see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. They cross the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and then demanded his phone. According to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in southwest Baltimore. Inside, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds. Now, we spoke with one resident this morning who's on edge about all the crime in Pigtown.
Well, the 1100 block is a hot spot for crime, which is unfortunate. It's between West Cross Street and Austin Street. It is one of the most dangerous corridors in Baltimore. And myself and several residents, we are very vigilant about going to community meetings and pressing the issue about more police presence on this boulevard.
Yeah, so as you just heard, lots of frustrations, and the risk of juvenile crime is a harsh reality for many in Baltimore. Video shows a Butcher's Hill woman beaten and robbed by a 12 and 14-year-old, and then other video shows 2 juveniles robbing a man in the same neighborhood.
The size built was small, so they couldn't have been older than 12, 13 maybe.
Now, according to Baltimore police, in this Pigtown carjacking, the 2 16-year-olds were taken to central booking and the 2 15-year-olds were taken to the Juvenile Justice Center. But because of current laws, we're not exactly sure what the boys were charged with. But for now, reporting live in Pigtown, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This is not the first incident of juvenile violence this year in Pigtown. Police are still searching for at least 5 juvenile suspects connected with an assault that happened inside a liquor store earlier this month. 3 arrests have been made with several suspects. Some were told as young as 10 years old are still on the loose, according to police. Now, in January, 77-year-old Bolton Hill man was assaulted during a attempted carjacking while he was unloading his groceries. Police say they are searching for several juveniles, but the victim's wife tells Fox 45 News there has been little progress in this investigation.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And,
you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department.
Mm-hmm.
And was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any.
The victim says she wanted several city schools to distribute some reward flyers in hopes that some of the students would recognize the suspect. City School says they do not share any flyers from Metro Crime Stoppers. Last week, 4 teenagers were arrested for an alleged robbery right at Towson Town Center. But Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger says his office still has not received the case from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Why would we ever want to limit the length of time they're on probation if we're trying to help them?
Now, lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would get juvenile crime cases in the hands of state attorneys faster. Currently, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and time to refer it to the state's attorneys. Well, this bill aims to cut that time down to 15 days. City State Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get cases from DJS sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Giraldi was not present when Democrats introduced their juvenile crime package last month in Annapolis, and his office will not say whether he supports those measures. Governor Wes Moore doubling down on his support of Giraldi last week on WBAL radio.
I wanted to get someone in there who understood how to reform a system, but also understood that the benchmark for the results I want to see are accountability. And that means having real accountability for the young people in the system, making sure there's accountability for people that are breaking the law, regardless of their age, but also making sure that we have a system that actually works and can focus on rehabilitation.
Juvenile justice and legislation are being debated in Annapolis and will be the focus of a panel discussion that's happening tonight, featuring, as you see right here, Governor Wes Moore, state's attorneys Aisha Braveboy and Ivan Bates. Conversation will be moderated by Armstrong Williams. It begins at 7. You can stream it live on our website, YouTube page, or BaltimoreSun.com. Coming up, Maryland is facing a $3 billion transportation deficit. We have more on efforts by lawmakers to cover the funding gap and set up a slew of transportation projects.
And protesters arrested while mourning the death of Russian opposition leader Alex Navalny. Now ahead, we've got more on Russian state's response and new details surrounding his sudden death.
Well, we've got mostly clear skies and sun that is out there here this morning. We'll talk about how those temperatures shape up this afternoon and later this week. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local,
Making headlines this morning, Yulia Navalny, the wife of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, vows to continue her husband's fight for a, quote, free Russia. Her declaration comes after Russian police arrested more than 200 people mourning his death at a makeshift memorial across the country. Now, the mother of the late Russian opposition leader confirmed he died Friday in an Arctic penal code at the age of 47. But she was reportedly turned away from seeing his body, which was reportedly found with signs of bruising at the morgue near the prison. A spokesperson for Navalny claims he was murdered. Russian authorities, though, haven't given much information, offering only a brief statement that says he had fallen ill and lost consciousness after a walk in the prison yard. Coming up, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby calls for an acquittal in her mortgage fraud trial. We have an update on her efforts and the court's proceedings. Meantime, a $3 billion transportation funding deficit meets a series of projects that still need support. Ahead, we have more on the efforts by officials to step up that funding and what that might mean for taxpayers. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing now, Maryland is facing a $3.1 billion deficit in transportation funding with a slew of lofty and expensive projects on the table. But polling shows the majority of Marylanders will not accept an increase in sales tax to pay for it. David Williams of the Taxpayer Protection Alliance joins us this morning to discuss the transportation funding, the plans, the options. Good morning to you.
Good morning. There's a lot to talk about here, a lot going on. And first of all, the state of Maryland is facing a lot of fiscal issues, a structural deficit, not just transportation, but just generally. And then we see $3.1 billion in deficit when it comes to transportation funding. And this is a problem because the state has a lot of big plans for spending, but it doesn't have the money to pay for it. And this is that $3.1 billion is looking out 5, 6, 7 years. So this is not just a today problem. This is a tomorrow problem and for years to come.
It's a problem that really we're looking at down the road. We know the Red Line expansion was a major project the governor championed, and As we continue to see that cost add up, it's not the only thing on the table. There's a lot of lofty plans. Tell us a bit about some of the cost factors we're butting up against.
Yeah, and one of the plans is Harbor Place development, is that they're going to be building this massive development, and part of the money is for transportation infrastructure. Now, that's very concerning because that's going to be tens of millions of dollars that the state wasn't counting on spending money on, because they were talking about this $3.1 billion deficit late last year. Well, Harbor Place is relatively new, and this taxpayer money going forward is relatively new. You mentioned the red line. $2.9 billion minimum, right? Now, it's not all coming from the state. The federal government's going to kick in some money, but the state is going to pay a lot of money, probably more than $1 billion. And this is more of a vanity project. It's not fixing roads. It's not fixing bridges. And that's my concern, is that the state needs to focus on priorities, transportation priorities, because right now, gas tax is dwindling. The money is going away because of electric vehicles and other issues. So really in a bind here.
And that's interesting you bring that up, because one of the recommendations last year from the Maryland Commission on Transportation was to increase tolls. They were looking at EVs and putting a tax on that to try to get funding up so they don't have to raise taxes. But now, where the rubber meets the road, we're at this point where we're looking at the deficit in years ahead. Does the state really have another option?
They do, and it isn't to raise taxes. You have to look at really how do you maybe replace the gas tax with a mileage tax, because the governor wants to have all the cars replaced with electric vehicles by 2035. So the funding mechanism for transportation is going to have to change if the governor wants to achieve that goal, because they can't rely on the gas tax anymore. And I think that's really important, is that EVs, and what people don't understand is that EVs are heavier, so they have a bigger toll on the roads. So that's why you have to look at these funding mechanisms. And raising toll prices, I think, is just a Band-Aid. It doesn't address the long-term issues, but a lot of things going on here. And the Marylanders have said, we don't increase the sales tax to pay for transportation, which I think is fascinating, that Marylanders are saying no tax increases.
I mean, look, inflation's hitting us all here. David Williams, the Taxpayer Protection Alliance, thank you for coming on, and we'll continue to have this conversation, I am sure.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, if you haven't stepped outside yet today, it is cold, but we could see the lower 50s, upper 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, I'm crossing my fingers on that. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
More so upper 40s, Taylor. But again, some of us may be slipping right to that lower 50-degree mark here, maybe 51 for some today. It's going to be later this week when all of us will enjoy some of those 50s, and that'll be fun to say and fun to enjoy, especially with the fact that we're getting later and later into February. We just have 10 days left in the month, and then we get to March, which is meteorological spring, and then, of course, the spring equinox a few weeks after that. So looking good outside right now. Nice ridge of high pressure. When you see that H on the map, that typically means we've got fair weather or dry conditions. Not so for Daytona, but better than it was yesterday in Florida. And it looks like this rain is moving out of here. We expect more clearing over the next couple of hours, but they did have to postpone the Daytona 500, the Great American Race. And we're going to have it right here this afternoon at 4 o'clock on Fox 45, with the fact that it's kind of the Super Bowl of racing. They do their biggest event on the very first day of the brand new season. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's looking forward to all of that fun stuff. Bird is the wordcast. Mid-30s next hour. We'll be in the mid-40s by noontime and mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Some of us will be in the lower 40s today. That's it. Westminster, Eldersburg over to Reisterstown at 42, 43 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid-40s for you, Perry Hall and White Marsh, and even upper 40s in Dundalk this afternoon. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, our numbers in the mid-40s and even some mid to upper 40s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Right about 44 in the capital this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, the other capital, the district, about 47, 50 in Richmond today, and 42 if you are heading down the ocean. Good day to fly today, pilots. Not much wind, but it's a little more northerly. So we're looking at a VFR day today with visual flight rules, and we are definitely using 3-3 over there at BWI and Martin this afternoon. Here's a look at a ridge of high pressure. That's what's going to be taking place in kind of center stage for the next few days. That's what keeps us nice and dry. We get more of a southerly flow on the backside of that ridge as it that slides to the north as we get into Wednesday and Thursday. And that's going to bring the milder temperatures. But what we'll also see is that next weather maker starting to arrive. So Thursday, for the most part, is dry. But here comes Thursday, late afternoon into Thursday night. That's when some of those showers will roll through, and some of those showers left over into Friday morning as well. But only rain showers, as we're not tracking snow. Just 20 days until we spring forward. So that's the time change. St. Patty's Day on a Sunday as well. The next Sunday, 27 days away from that. The official start of spring is actually on a Tuesday night this year. So 29 days away from that spring equinox. And how excited are we there for the opening day in just about 5 weeks from right now. And Taylor named the bunny earlier, so Eddie the Easter Bunny is it. I mean, that's unless somebody says something different, but 41 days until that Easter Bunny brings all those eggs and chocolate and all that fun stuff. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 40s tomorrow, low to mid 50s. Look at those nice numbers here later this week. Even if it comes with some rain Thursday into Friday, we notice our temperatures are well above average as we get into the final weekend of February. Taylor?
All right, came and went really. Well, now let's go ahead and check your Lynn Stoller traffic network. We're looking at the full traffic map this morning, and as you can see, folks are probably inside the house. All green on a Monday morning here at 8:21. No incidents to report. As we head now to Mobile Track, we are now in the area of Lithicum, heading north on 695. Just a few vehicles out in front of him here, and not a lot of traffic or volume to report. Coming up, an update on the fire on Pulaski Highway that burned multiple buildings this morning in Baltimore County. What we're learning from the fire department and what the investigation is revealing about the businesses affected. And it's never too late to celebrate Black History Month. We have an exciting trip ahead for you to the museum you can go to learn about history right here in Baltimore. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, Maryland is your destinations for all things travel, so why not plan a trip to honor Black History Month? Public Relations Specialist from the Office of Tourism, Claire Auble, is joining us this morning with the best ways to plan a trip, particularly for Black History Month. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Now,
yeah, there's plenty to do.
Tell us about them. What are some of the most popular destinations to celebrate, to visit memorial sites for Black History Month?
Well, I think the important thing is not just for Black History Month, right? So this is Maryland's Year of Civil Rights. So this can go all year long. But we have a lot of different ways across the state that you can incorporate great things into your travels, and you can learn and get inspiration from so many people, like the Lily Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum that we're in today, but also we've got the Harriet Tubman Byway, we've got the Frederick Douglass Driving Tour, Josiah Henson Museum. There's so many, and it's just really easy in our state to not have to go far and be able to find many leaders of both the Underground Railroad and civil rights.
Absolutely, and especially this year, it's an important time to really learn the history of not only Black history, but the history of Maryland, really. Now, if you were to curate a trip for the weekend, I'm a big weekend trip kind of person, what would you put on that list if you were trying to make sure you got as much in as you can in this last week?
Well, I think that there are so many sites in Baltimore that you could start out in Baltimore, and even Visit Baltimore has a Black-owned business directory. So you could support a lot of those businesses, come see some of these sites, and then make your way across to the Eastern Shore and maybe hit the Harriet Tubman Byway, because that's just phenomenal, and you can learn a lot.
And if you need any help, you can visit the Office of Tourism. Thank you so much, Claire Alva. We'll check back in with you guys as we continue to celebrate and honor Black history.
Thank you.
We've got more information for you on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We had a chilly start to your morning, but things are warming up as we approach this afternoon. Stick with us here for a look at your Wednesday forecast and your next chance of rain. And an update in the trial of former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby just after the break. Olivia Dance will have more on her attorney's request for an acquittal. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's Monday.
It is Monday. It is Monday for sure. Coming up on 8:30, I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, yeah.
It's also President's Day.
It is, and a lot of people have a day off. A lot of people are maybe diving into those books, getting ready for school that will be back in session again tomorrow, so they're getting ahead. You know, I'm sure that's what's happening. Probably woke up early. Of course, my son is probably still snoring right now, but I'm sure he's going to dive into his books.
You know what? We had totally different 3-day weekends, I think, growing up as kids, maybe. I don't know. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is
Ain't nobody reading notebooks today, so that's not a thing.
We'd like to see them reading the books, but at 8:30?
Hey, that's
it's too cold to be outside. You either do the laundry or you read some books. I'm telling you, they're going to go to read the books.
Bundle up, you'll be good. We'll be in the
sounds brutal.
Mid to upper 40s later this afternoon. Yeah, I remember back in the day too. We used to get Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday off, so there was always like 2 holidays in February. Then they're like, nope, you're bound to 1. So it's America, whatever. All right, take a look outside and see what's going on. Our downtown Baltimore camera, 395 right toward the Patapsco. The Charm City Tanks looking good. Right side of your screen, the stadium there, and Topgolf. Got to check that out on Saturday for the first time. That was a lot of fun, even though it was cold and blustery. Definitely grab the jacket and the sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today, and really for the next couple of days, as we're going to stay mainly dry. And if you are going to get out for a run or a jog to get some exercise in this morning, mid to upper 30s, maybe an extra layer for that walk here. But as I mentioned, we're a bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. We'll break it down for you a bit further as well, coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. 8:31, continuing our coverage on former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial. A judge denied a request from her attorneys to acquit her in her mortgage fraud trial.
Olivia Dance joins us live to explain the latest developments in this case as we look ahead to sentencing. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, some legal experts anticipate that appeals will be filed for all 3 of Marilyn Mosby's convictions. Meanwhile, she is expected to be sentenced on May 23rd. So we spoke with legal expert Euripsy Morgan about how much jail time Mosby could actually face.
I don't think she's going to get anywhere near the 40 years. I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhere in the realm of 18 months because there is going to be that deterrence factor in that it is such a public case.
Mosby was recently convicted on 1 of 2 mortgage fraud charges to go along with 2 federal perjury convictions from back in November. The defense attempting to paint the timeline and picture that there's no evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the gift letter written by Marilyn Mosby and signed by Nick Mosby was submitted to the mortgage company while the Mosbys were here in Maryland. The gift letter indicated Nick Mosby would give Marilyn the $5,000 she needed to close on the Longboat Key condo. It was dated February 9th, 2021 and submitted on February 10th. That same gift letter is what a jury decided was the lie that Marilyn Mosby told mortgage companies, and it's what the jury used to convict the former top prosecutor in Baltimore City on 1 count of mortgage fraud. Judge Lydia Grigsby denying the defense's attempt to get the conviction tossed. And Mosby also ordered to surrender her passport by February 20th, but it was revealed Mosby should have given up her passport 2 years ago, but never did. And again, she is expected to be sentenced in May. You can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns federal investigation since the beginning.
We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021 when federal agents issued subpoenas to people close to the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes.
Fast forward to January 13, 2022. Marilyn is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
And then Mosby's trial was first set for May 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came a year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case. She was then assigned a public defender, but the judge had to delay that trial to allow the new team to get up to speed on the case.
Nick Mosby sat down with a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News, talking about his testimony during Marilyn Mosby's latest trial. Federal prosecutors alleging that Mosby claimed charitable donations that he did not make.
They also claimed in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and that his car was repossessed.
He also admitted to lying to the public about the tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Stay tuned to Fox 45 for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This morning, we're learning more about the fire that broke out on Pulaski Highway near Haven Street. The Baltimore City Fire Department tells us crews arrived at the scene around 3 in the morning with multiple buildings on fire. Now, the department believes those buildings are occupied by businesses. No one was injured, but investigators are still working to determine the cause of the fire.
A series of fires also plagued the Delmarva region this weekend. In Harford County, a vacant home caught fire Saturday evening. It took 44 firefighters 20 minutes to extinguish that fire, leaving 50,000 in structural damage. Investigations are underway, but the home has been subject to vandalism in the past. Then, Wacomico County, a fire left one woman dead Saturday morning. Firefighters arriving at that scene on Quantico Creek Road in Hebron to find the woman was still inside. They were able to retrieve the unconscious 58-year-old homeowner from the second floor, but she later died from her injuries.
In Northern Virginia, residents there are mourning a firefighter who was killed in a home explosion. 10 of his colleagues were also injured in the blast. This happened Friday night in Sterling, Virginia, where crews responded to a home after getting calls for an odor of gas. When they got to the scene, firefighters quickly realized there was an immediate threat to the area, but bravely went inside that home to search for anyone who could have been in there.
After arriving on the scene, our crews found a 500-gallon underground propane tank leaking. The propane from that leak had migrated into the homes. When firefighters arrived in the home, they metered the home, they assessed the situation, and entered the home with the appropriate PPE.
45-year-old firefighter Trevor Brown was killed in the explosion. Now, authorities are still looking into what caused the propane tank to leak.
I find it absurd. I find it unethical. I find it just contrary to everything we are as a country.
Coming up, President Biden expressing his disapproval as Ukrainian aid stalls in Congress. Ahead, we have an update on the bill's fate in the House and the continued push to get aid into Ukraine.
Mild temperatures today with we're approaching possibly 40s, possibly even a few lower 50s. Ahead, we have more on what we can expect this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers' full weather authority forecast coming up. Time now, it's 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
8:40 is your time right now, 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. It is a Monday morning. Maybe you're enjoying the holiday. Maybe you're not. Maybe you have to work a little bit, but we're working. We're here for you. Looking out from our Towson camera, nothing but blue skies. It's still a little on the chilly side here this morning, but look, plenty of sunshine today and not as much wind. Our temperatures are still going to be in the above average category. And we stay dry for at least the next few days. We do have some rain on our way later this week. 49 today, we'll drop to the upper 20s tonight, and then right about 48 for you tomorrow. We've got some 50s on the way this week and even some mid 50s. We'll talk about how long that milder air sticks around coming up. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 8:41, and Russia now claims it has taken over the Ukrainian frontline city of Avdiivka. The announcement quickly following Ukraine's withdrawal from the city. President Joe Biden now blaming the development on congressional Republicans stalling his foreign aid request. Biden did say he's confident Congress will ultimately approve more aid. We're talking about $60 billion plus for Ukraine, but he wasn't as confident when asked if it will arrive before Russia takes more land.
Not. No one can be. Look, the Ukrainian people have fought so bravely and heroically. They put so much on the line. And the idea that now, when they're running out of ammunition, we walk away, I find it absurd. I find it unethical. I find it just contrary to everything we are as a country.
The Senate passing a $95 billion aid package supporting Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he will not put the measure up for a vote and has already dismissed the lower chamber for the 12-day winter recess ending February 28th. Coming up, OpenAI is now one of the most valuable tech companies in the world. We have their full evaluation and where they stand amongst the other tech giants. Oh, and talking about spring cleaning, you can do some President's Day cleaning. In fact, involve the kids with this. We have more on how you can declutter in an eco-friendly way. 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. Spring cleaning right around the corner, and if you are looking for more eco-friendly options when it comes to getting rid of, well, your junk, look no further. Owner of Two Men and Junk Truck, Terry O'Malia, Is that right? Did I say it right? Your last name?
Amelia.
Amelia here is joining us to talk about some environmentally friendly swaps that we can do when we start to clean out our homes. I mean, because that's coming up in a few weeks. We start talking about, in March, people are like, all right, let's go. Let's open up the windows. Let's clear it out. One of the first things they start doing is saying, let's get rid of whatever we've accumulated over the winter. Sure. And they may point to you or a company like yours and say, hey, can you remove this junk, get it out of here?
Right, absolutely, yeah. We can come in, I mean, anything from, if it's a single item all the way up to an entire home clean out, we can do something like that. We make sure that we have an eye to the environment, make sure that everything we dispose of is done with the utmost care. Things such as furniture, we partner with several local charities where, we will store those items. They come by, a lot of them are for battered homes or battered women from homes, and they will use those when they're placing them in a new home of their own. We also make sure that things like mattresses, tires, they're disposed of properly. They're not just tossed in the landfill. And at the same time, some tips for folks, whether you use our company or somebody else's, if you have a lot of old paint or things like that at home, make sure you pop the lids on those, add some cat litter. A lot of people have that readily available at home. Put some of that in there. It will absorb the paint and allow it to dry so that you can dispose of it without any harm to the environment.
Do you suggest anything for, like, say, if you go into a home and you're surveilling what they have and what they kind of want removed, do you give any suggestions on, like, hey, this what you could do with this is you could do, something with this or with this item and still keep that same furniture but just repurpose it?
Absolutely. I found myself, my wife and I put a pool in for our grandkids a few years ago, right? When everything was there were several pallets. Yeah. We use some of those pallets because with a pool comes a lot of equipment and gear that you need for the pool, right? So in our shed, we took the pallet, we kind of took it apart, used the lumber from the pallet to create some shelving in the shed. So you can repurpose it like that. We all get lots of packages from Amazon, right?
Oh my goodness, cardboard, yes.
Yes, tons of boxes. You can use that for, those are great storage options to make sure you kind of declutter your attic area, crawl space areas, basements, sheds, garages, things like that. The grocery bags that we collect, right? They can be used for numerous, different things. Or if you have a pet, we have to clean up after our pets, right? They're useful for that. They're useful if you're traveling to put your shoes in them when you put them into the suitcase so you don't soil maybe your clothes. Lots of different, ideas that we can share with folks.
Spring cleaning, when you think of spring cleaning and somebody calls you, what's the number one item that you're moving the most? I mean, is it like a treadmill?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of folks that, have the greatest of intentions, but maybe not the best follow through, right? And there's a lot of exercise equipment. We also find a lot, though, there's a lot of, empty nesters, right? They're downsizing a lot and they're wanting to repurpose some areas of their home, right? And maybe want to bring in a treadmill, right? So they want to empty a room that they're no longer using, a spare bedroom or something, a basement, perhaps a garage, turn it into a home office. They want to turn it into a home gym, something like that.
All right, and you can help them out, right?
We can help them out.
2 men in a junk truck is ready to go. It's all around the Baltimore, Maryland area. So thank you so much, Sherry, for coming in and giving us a little bit of advice about spring cleaning. Any children?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever make them do chores when they were off at work?
Of course.
It's normal. That's the way it's supposed to happen. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Too cold for the kids to be outside any length of time this morning. Make them do something inside.
Why not? Put them to work. By the way, that thing about kitty litter, like I don't have any kitty litter, but so you say pour, because I got a bunch of paint.
Right.
So you say pour the kitty litter, if I don't want the paint, pour the kitty litter in there?
Yep, just pour the kitty litter in the paint. It will absorb the paint, and then it will actually dry, and then it's no longer a hazard to the environment.
That's a great tip. I did not know that, because I'm wondering what to do with all this dang paint. I'm like, all right, I'm not painting. That's for dang sure. That's not happening. I don't have any kids to paint for me. Our downtown bum, I gotta hire some neighborhood kids. Get Carson over there, our neighbor Olga and Chad's kid. We'll get Carson over to help us paint. All right, our downtown Baltimore cam looking right over 395 right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Skycam. We've got the Charm City tank shot looking pretty good right now. And yeah, if you want to start thinking about doing some of that spring cleanup, I know what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about baseball. I'm thinking about 38 days until the home opener, but I'm thinking about yard stuff and things that I want to get going in my yard so I can get it ready for the spring. It's still on the chilly side. We're still in February. I know we get excited when we have all that sun around, and temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer this week, but not those 60s and, low to mid 60s where we really need to get some of that growth going. But our HD radar, nice ridge of high pressure, going to keep us dry here for the next couple of days. Golfers, speaking of grass, on our forecast, that's something else I want to do. I was bummed that we couldn't do the Jack Frost Scramble at Pine Ridge for the Classic 5 this weekend, but don't worry, we'll be out there again. 46 by noontime, in the mid to upper 40s if you can get out there and play today. Remember, even if the snow is melted, that ground is probably going to be pretty mushy out there, so you may want to wait a few more days for things to kind of dry out. Lower 40s for Bel Air, Cockeysville over to Westminster out to Elkton, 44 in Chestertown, 40s in Easton over to Stevensville out through Denton, 45 Annapolis, Columbia and Laurel, you're in the mid 40s today, and up and down the 95 corridor, a little colder to the north in New York and Philly, 42 Harrisburg, upper 40s for us in Baltimore down through D.C. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, I know a lot of those cars, mine included, are very dirty from all of that snow we had. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, great days to get the cars cleaned up. Just know there's going to be another weather maker that'll bring some rain later this week. But overall, our future scan looking pretty dry for the next few days, really not tracking much. We'll get some southerly wind and some of that milder air moving in ahead of that next weather maker. So Wednesday afternoon into Thursday, temps will climb, but those clouds start building in Thursday afternoon, and you can see some of those showers late Thursday into Friday as the next weather maker rolls in. Shout out to Teresa Warner, Zoe, and Ella right there. Two great looking doggies, and I do appreciate all those great pet pics. It's so fun to see those pets. And we know springtime, the pet's going to be outdoors. You're going to be outdoors. So get those pet pics to me, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. It is President's Day, so hopefully you have the day off. And then we head toward the rest of the week. We're looking at the final weekend of February. And next Friday is meteorological springtime. So March, April, and May is springtime, meteorologically speaking.
All right, well, hopefully we'll start feeling that too. Len Stoller Traffic Network. Yeah, we were doing so well this morning until now. 270. You can see right here, getting reports in Montgomery County, Hyattsville, 270 northbound. You are really slow and you're backed up for miles now. The map is showing yellow, but there's really more in the red. 270 north before you get to exit 22. You're backed up all the way to Clarksburg Road because of 3 vehicles that are involved in the Hyattsville area. It's blocking the left shoulder and the left lane. So just one lane getting by right now. The Stars came out to Open Gate Brewery in Baltimore, and Hall of Fame quarterback Cool Joe Cool Montana, teaming up with Guinness yesterday to collect non-perishable items for the Maryland Food Bank. Event included live music and a Q&A with the legendary 49er. After answering a few questions, Montana also took over as bartender and tried his hand at pouring a few pints. Happening now, a new initiative could provide you with a hiking buddy. Yeah, Barks is launching a new program where any member of the public can take a shelter dog out for an adventure. The Dog's Day Out helps the animals spend more time outside of the kennel, potentially find a new foster home or even get adopted. If you'd like to sign up and just hang out with a pal for a little while, maybe even take one home, you can check out barks.org. Also coming up, a President's Day workout to get your blood pumping. Stay with us until the end of the 9 o'clock hour for our Mount Rushmore routine. And tax season, it's already underway. We have more on what you need to know to file and how to pick up an expert to help you file. Thinking about taxes? Yeah, probably want to grab a drink. Grab one with your paperwork together and Uncle Sam for your day off and get some caffeine to get started. Yeah, that drink I'm talking about, it's time for a coffee break. 8:56, and in your morning business report, OpenAI just tripled its valuation in one potential deal. According to the New York Times, the deal values OpenAI at $80 billion or more and would see the company would sell existing shares in a tender offer led by venture firm Thrive Capital. According to figures from data tracker CB Insights, OpenAI is now one of the world's most valuable tech startups behind ByteDance, the developers of TikTok, and SpaceX. Well, new research, oh, look at that right there. My goodness, yeah, you just are drawn like a moth to the light, right? The breakfast food market is expected to experience some major growth. You can see why. According to market research firm Technavio, the market will continue to expand, all thanks to consumer trends. The firm says breakfast foods will gain $125 billion in value over the next few years, with traditional morning meals and cereals continue to dominate the market. And Generation Z workers are not alone in finding out that they like the Lone Star State to build their future. Yeah, don't want to leave Texas either. Housing platform Zillow says Texas gained the most Gen Z movers year over year, according to data from a 2022 U.S. Census Bureau survey. Texas net gain of Gen Z residents was more than 76,000, followed by California with about 44,000 and Florida 41. Zillow says the biggest reasons for the moves: opportunities and affordability. Microdermabrasion can cost you a pretty penny. Gina Gannon is here with a budget-friendly solution that can be used right at home. It's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Let me tell you about the most fabulous at-home microdermabrasion device that you can find out there. This is from Dr. Lancer, dermatologist to the stars. He's been in the business for 40 years. This is going to be a way to help make your skin more youthful, get all those dead skin cells off. It's amazing. Let me show you how to use it. I love this. So it's going to come with two different diamond tips here. That diamond tip is helping with all of the exfoliation. The smaller head is for your face and your neck. But then if you want to use the bigger tip here, that's going to be for your body. So it's really going to help with exfoliation. Then as you're using it, I actually would go an upward pattern and you're going to hear this suction. Well, that's a vacuum suction. Now, when you're done using this, it's going to come with additional filters. You get 200 treatments with this. So you could do what Dr. Lancer does to all his celebrity clients in the comfort of your own home. It's going to leave your skin more radiant. Your makeup's going to stay on better. Your skincare will be able to seep and penetrate in. You're going to find this is the ultimate if you're just trying to age-defy your skin and really make it be the best it can. But I love that you are doing something that is not only good for your skin, but it's going to make it look really good as well. Microdermabrasion is sought after. Everyone tries to do it. And this is the same device that Dr. Lancer uses at his Beverly Hills office. You can do it at your own house. And it's available today at 51% off. Go to asadeals.com.
Well, it's 9 o'clock, and we are following a developing story, an early morning fire to start the new week. What we're learning about the damage it caused and the investigation into what may have sparked it.
I'm actually just overall just shocked.
And still surprised by crimes that have become all too familiar. A carjacking conducted by teenagers. The new surveillance video capturing the crime and highlighting the issue Marylanders want resolved.
Temperatures chilly right now, but as we head toward the afternoon, we're going to see numbers that'll be on the mild-ish side. We'll break it down for you on Good Day Baltimore, which starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Straight up 9 o'clock. Look at this, taking you outside. A live look over Baltimore this Monday, President's Day. It's been a chilly and dry start to the week, but we're looking ahead to some milder temperatures to come.
That's right. Monday, February 19th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan and Patrice are off today, and we want to find out exactly how warm we're talking about as we're saying warm up in the next few hours.
That's right. I think outside is a little bit deceiving right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with what we're working out.
Yeah, plenty of sunshine. I mean, yesterday was a very nice day. Those blue skies were just gorgeous. However, it was kind of windy, so that wind was kind of cutting through and making those temperatures feel even colder than they were. The good news today, a lot less wind. We'll see calmer conditions, and we see a lot more of that sun that is going to continue to be out there through throughout the day as well. 35 Rosedale right now. We're made it up to 38 in Baltimore, Dundalk, and even down to Brooklyn Park. You're just slightly above freezing. 34 for you in Woodlawn and Elkridge at 33 degrees. But some of us about 7 to 10 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So we're going to see those numbers climb. Upper 40s. Some of us will sneak in to the lower 50s as we head toward the afternoon. But overall, not a bad Monday for President's Day, especially if you have the day off. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the milder temps later this week and just how high those numbers go coming up.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic now. The Len Stiller Traffic Network showing us an incident we're getting now in Montgomery County. It's in Hyattsville on 270 North prior to exit 22 rather. Our cameras are showing some major slowdowns in that region, so give yourself some extra time if you're heading that way for your commute this morning.
Well, new this morning, we are getting and gathering more details about an early morning fire on Pulaski Highway right near Haven Street. The Baltimore City Fire Department telling us crews arrived at the scene early this morning around 3 to find multiple buildings on fire. The department says the buildings were occupied businesses. And there have been no injuries reported. Thankfully, investigators are working to determine the cause, though.
Developing this morning, we're following what was a crime-ridden weekend in Baltimore that includes 2 shooting investigations. Police say 2 21-year-olds were shot along South Broadway and north of Eastern Avenue. This happened just last night around 6 p.m. Both were taken to the hospital. About an hour earlier, though, police say a 22-year-old was shot on Lombard Street. He is listed in critical condition. That shooting happened just a few blocks from shock trauma. Fox 45 News cameras captured a large police presence outside of the shock trauma center where you can see several bullet holes in the windshield of this white car. It's not clear if this is related to either shooting. We will keep you updated, though, as we learn more here on air and online. Fox 45 News is also following the investigation into an armed carjacking over the weekend in South Baltimore.
That investigation has led to the arrest of 4 teenagers.
Going to be a Dodge Caravan, red in color, 3 males wearing all black and ski masks.
Now, it's the latest in a series of violent crimes committed by teens and captured on camera. And this morning, we're getting a look at that surveillance video.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with more on the exclusive footage in a story you're seeing first on Fox. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, this is yet another example of juvenile crime, and now residents here in the Pigtown neighborhood are on edge. The carjacking happened right behind us here on this corner of Washington Boulevard and West Cross Street on Saturday night. Now, pay attention to your screen to see 3 figures walking down Washington Boulevard in Pigtown. They cross the street, and seconds later, the victim's vehicle captured on camera speeding away with the suspects inside. The victim sharing the chilling details with police, saying the teens produced a handgun and held it to the victim's head and then demanded his phone. Now, according to Baltimore police, the vehicle was found in southwest Baltimore. Inside, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds. We spoke with one resident earlier this morning who's on edge about all the crime in Pigtown.
Well, the 1100 block is a hot spot for crime, which is unfortunate. It's between West Cross Street and Austin Street. It is one of the most dangerous corridors in Baltimore. And myself and several residents, we are very vigilant about going to community meetings and pressing the issue about more police presence on this boulevard.
And so, as you just heard, residents are frustrated, and the risk of juvenile crime is a harsh reality for many here in Baltimore. Video shows a Butcher's Hill woman beaten and robbed by a 12 and 14-year-old, and then other video shows 2 juveniles robbing a man in the same neighborhood.
Didn't even give me a chance for me to give them whatever they wanted. They just jumped on me and started pushing me and punching me and stuff.
Now, according to Baltimore police, in this Pigtown carjacking, the 2 16-year-olds were taken to central booking, and then the 2 15-year-olds were taken to the Juvenile Justice Center. But because of current laws, we're not exactly sure what the boys are charged with. But for now, reporting live in Pigtown, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, this isn't the first incident of juvenile violence we've seen this year in Pigtown. Now, police continue to search for at least 5 juvenile suspects connected to the assault inside a liquor store from earlier this month. Now, we've learned that 3 teens have been arrested, but according to police, several other suspects, one as young as 10 years old, are possibly still on the loose. In January, a 77-year-old Bolton Hill man was assaulted during an attempted carjacking while he was unloading his groceries. Now, they're still searching for several juveniles, but the victim's wife tells Fox 45 News there's been little progress in the investigation.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
You showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any.
The victim says she wanted several city schools to distribute reward flyers in hopes that some students would recognize the suspects and come forward. But city schools say they do not share flyers from Metro Crime Stoppers. Just last week, 4 teenagers were arrested for an alleged robbery at Towson Town Center. Baltimore County State Attorney Scott Schellenberger says his office still has not received the cases from the Department of Juvenile Services.
Why would we ever want to limit the length of time they're on probation if we're trying to help them?
While state lawmakers are off on this federal holiday, there is still much to debate during their remaining time in session. One talking point is a bill that will get juvenile crime cases in the hands of states' attorneys faster. Currently, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the courts should be involved in a case and refer it to the state's attorney. That bill aims to cut down the time to 15 business days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get the cases from DJS even sooner.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Juvenile justice and legislation being debated in Annapolis will be the focus of a panel discussion that's happening tonight, featuring Governor Wes Moore and state's attorneys Aisha Braveboy and Ivan Bates. That conversation is moderated by Armstrong Williams, and it begins at 7. You can stream it live on our website, foxbaltimore.com, our YouTube page, or at baltimoresun.com.
All right, let's go ahead and get another look at your forecast and your traffic. But I can tell you right now, if you're not inside enjoying this weather, you probably should be on a President's Day. Or outside.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we got plenty of sunshine out there, and yeah, it's still February, so our temperatures are still on the chilly side, especially in the morning time. But as we get into the afternoon, a lot less wind for today. Statewide, our numbers are in the 20s in western Maryland. Most of us have made it up to the 30s and mid to upper 30s at that for Bel Air down through Baltimore into Annapolis. 34 your temp currently in Westminster. So as you head out the door here in the next few hours, still grab a jacket for sure, but make sure you got those sunglasses ready to go, all cleaned up, and no need for the umbrella. In fact, we've got 3 days in a row and basically about 3.5 of dry days ahead. So here's a look at the next 3 days with your temperatures, and upper 40s is where we're going to be loitering at. 48 on Tuesday, but then we get to the lower 50s by Wednesday, and we'll continue a trend that's going to be even milder as we head toward the end of the week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. United Nations Security Council is preparing to vote on a resolution to demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We're going to have a little bit more from that coming from our nation's capital here in just a little bit. Marilyn Mosby is set to be sentenced this spring. What legal experts expect next from her camp and their take on how long she could spend in prison if they are not heard.
And TikTok towards tax day, how you can make sure you file them the right way. Well, we've got an update on the pitfalls you'll want to avoid with a tax expert just ahead. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Remember, now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime besides just over the airwaves. You can do it through Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus if you purchased an Amazon Fire TV stick. 9:12, and a major vote is about to happen as the United Nations Security Council faces a resolution to demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, is the United States expected to react?
Well, Tom and Taylor, the U.S. announced it will use its veto power to squash this resolution that would call for an immediate humanitarian stop to the fighting between Israel and Hamas. A coalition of Arab states is leading this resolution. Algeria drafted the final form. A vote is expected to take place tomorrow morning. Now, in addition to calling for a ceasefire, the resolution also demands Israel and Hamas scrupulously comply with international law when it comes to protecting civilians. It also calls for Hamas to release the rest of the hostages. It's believed more than 100 are still being held in Gaza. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, did release a statement explaining why the United States will not support this resolution. She claims it will be counterproductive to the long-term peace plan that the United States has been working on. Although Qatar, a key player in the U.S. plan, did say Saturday that the talks have not been progressing as expected.
And at the same time, is preparing to send more aid to Israel. What can you tell us about that?
So the Biden administration is getting ready to send a new shipment of weapons to bolster Israel's arsenal. This as the U.S. attempts to rein in Israel's offensive in Gaza and continues to push for a pause in fighting. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the new shipment of weapons is worth tens of millions of dollars. The assessment reportedly also finds no humanitarian rights concerns about this deal. And this comes a week after Joe Biden said a new U.S. policy that, for the first time, required allies who receive U.S. aid to provide credible written assurance that they are adhering to international law. Here on Capitol Hill, Congress left for a 2-week recess without moving forward on a deal that would also send more aid to Israel as well as Ukraine. The Senate passed a $95.3 billion bill authorizing more money to Ukraine and Israel. House Republicans, though, refused to put the bill up for a vote because it lacked funding for the border. You'll remember Republicans in Congress also killed a previous version that did have money for the border and some policy changes, arguing it didn't do enough to address the problem. On Friday, the House rolled out its own scaled-down national security package. I'm sure we'll see movement on that when they return to Capitol Hill. Tom, Taylor.
Kayla Gaskins on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get another look at your forecast here on this President's Day. Sunny behind you.
Yeah, it is. Looking good. Our temps not too bad. A little chilly here this morning for your President's Day, and overall on Monday, maybe getting back from the weekend. Maybe you still have the 3-day weekend that we've been talking about here. Numbers have made it just above freezing, officially at 38 in Towson. Not much in the way of wind out of the northwest, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. And overall on our HD radar, nice high pressure is in control. When you see that big H right there, it's like Janet Jackson said, it's in control. So all over the East Coast is what we're seeing with that ridge of high pressure. Different for our friends to the south. However, in Daytona, we are getting that rain to move out of there. There's another batch of rain that's moving in from the south, but all of this should be gone by the time we get into this afternoon, meaning we should be able to go racing, fellas and ladies. Taking a look at those temperatures next hour, 41 here as we get out and about for your Bromo-Seltzer Arts District area, and mid to upper 40s across downtown Baltimore for most of the afternoon today. In fact, some of us will still be in those mid 40s when that sun is up through 5 p.m. Almost 6 o'clock is our sunset time now. Here's a look at your numbers in your neighborhood across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Low to mid and upper 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 43 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley. 44 Perry Hall and White Marsh. Upper 40s in Dundalk for this afternoon. Low to mid 40s for you in Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman. 42 Northeast in Elkton. 40 in Rising Sun. Those numbers in the Eastern Shore for my friends there are going to be in the low to mid 40s. Galena and Chestertown all the way down through Rock Hall and Chester. It's 44 in Centerville. Out through Denton, you're at 45 and mid 40s down through Talbot County and Easton. Temperature tracker looks like this. Numbers stay above average, and notice those 50s that start on Wednesday and take us all the way through the weekend, even into the early part of next week with mid to upper 50s as we get into the final weekend or final week of February next week. Overall, great day to fly today, pilots. Not as much wind out there. VFR all day. Was happy to be over there at Clearview Airport Flying Club yesterday for their monthly meeting, and it was fun to talk to them. I did not fly in there because that crosswind was a little much for that 1,800-foot strip. So a ridge of high pressure here for Future Scan. It's keeping us dry again through most of this week. It's not going to be till about Thursday night before rain actually rolls in. Shout out to Patty V. This is Marlon Wayans Brando. That is a kitty that she had. About, I think, 10 or 11 years old. But either way, that is is a great looking kitty. Appreciate that, Patty, for sending that picture in of Mr. Wayans Brando. So thanks for that. Always love your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here's that 7-day forecast. Rest of President's Day looking good. Overall, we're dry through most of the week. The rain doesn't come until late Thursday and into early Friday, but then we're mainly dry for this upcoming weekend.
All right, thank you, Justin. We have some breaking news. We're at the scene. You can see a vehicle. It looks like a sedan has been flipped over at the intersection near Powell and Plummer Avenues in Baltimore. We're working to find out more about what led up to this. Earlier, they were showing a black pickup truck with a rear end damage, so we're not sure exactly what caused this. As soon as we get some facts on this, we will pass them along to you.
All right, tax season is officially underway, and whether you're anticipating a tax return, you owe the IRS some money, it's so important to prepare your taxes properly and on time and with a vetted professional. Made the mistake myself. Well, here to help us make all the difference here, we've got John Hart, attorney, and you're working with the Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service to help lower-income families make sure they're getting their taxes done the right way. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, Taylor. Thank you for having me on.
We're excited to have you here. So let's talk about some key things this year. Now's the time to file. People have until when to finish up their taxes?
They have until April 15th to file their taxes.
Okay.
So, it's getting there.
But it's time to talk to somebody for sure.
Oh, absolutely. If you need professional help with your taxes, you definitely should be talking to somebody about now.
Yeah, and so sometimes you really don't know if you need professional help and you try to do some things yourself. What are some common mistakes you see when people start filling out their taxes?
Well, usually some of the more common problems are choosing the wrong filing status, not really knowing the differences between them. We often see, unfortunately, in our clinic, if somebody is an independent contractor, they realize they haven't been withholding all year, which is difficult to solve now, but you should always start as soon as you can. And then, of course, as you mentioned, one of the more significant problems we have is people going to unqualified or untrustworthy tax preparers.
That's right. And right now, there are sites online that can help you. The IRS even has a site up right now so where you can do it yourself at their website. But are there any other places you'd recommend folks going to get the help they need?
Absolutely. So Baltimore actually has a large number of free tax preparation sites called VITA sites. So, for example, one of the more prolific ones is the Baltimore Cash Campaign. They are a tax preparation service that if you make less than around $60,000 a year, you potentially can have your taxes prepared there for free.
Well, the IRS actually audits lower-income families 5 times more compared to everyone else. What is that about?
Well, it's from what I've heard from people I've talked to at the IRS, it's because higher income taxpayers have much more complicated tax situations. When they see someone who is perhaps in a lower income situation, their tax return is simpler. It's easier for them to do much larger volumes of audits. So it's just an unfortunate sort of way the tax system is currently established.
A catch-all, but that's what makes it all the more important to make sure you're talking to someone who has the advice and who has the recommendations that have been vetted. So as folks are working on their taxes now, where can they go to come out if they want to talk to you?
So to talk to me and MVLS, if they need actual help with the tax controversy, they can visit www.mvlslaw.org, all lowercase, all one word.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and we are a tax clinic that can assist people if they need representation, if they owe money to the IRS, if they're being audited, if their credits have been denied. Disputes such as this, where we can connect you with, for free, a professional tax preparer or a tax attorney.
Sounds good. I think you caught everyone's situation out there. So thank you, John. We appreciate you.
Oh, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Well, this workout will have you feeling like you climbed Mount Rushmore. Still to come this hour, we're putting ourselves through the paces of President's Day themed workouts.
And whether you need a spot to shop, sip, or dine, why not try one of the city's many owned Black-owned businesses? Coming up, we'll talk with the community team building spot breweries and building good vibes. You're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
924 and supporting the community and local businesses while learning about Baltimore's rich history.
The owners of Cupsel Tea House, Lynette Dodson, is with us this morning with more ways how to support your Black-owned businesses in the city. Good morning to you. Both of you guys are here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now, tell us about Couples Tea House. How long have you had it?
Well, we've had Couples Tea House for 2 years now. We just celebrated our 2-year anniversary. But where we are this morning is in our sister store, Vinyl and Pages. And we just celebrated 1 year here at Vinyl and Pages.
All right, so there's a couple different things that we need to talk about. Yeah, besides the tea, you can grab a book and sit down and drink and sip on some of your tea, plus some of the treats that are there. So you have basically 2 locations where we can go and get some of your tea?
Yeah, we got 2 locations. So Couples Tea House, as Lynette said, is at 409 North Howard Street. And Couples Tea House was always supposed to have books and vinyl music, but we ran out of room over there. So luckily and fortunately, this space right next door at 407 North Howard Street became available. And we then opened Vinyl and Pages. So we did a little twist on vinyl music and books, calling it Vinyl and Pages, but it's powered all by Couples Tea House. So you can go get your tea next door and your sweet stuff and lunch and breakfast, and you can come over here to Vinyl and Pages, sit back, relax, read a book, purchase a book.
Catch a vibe.
Catch a vibe. We encourage people to.
That's right. That's right. We have it curated where, you know, we have comfortable seating. We've got chess game. You can come in and play a game of chess. So yeah, we just kind of created a vibe at both locations, Couples Tea and Vinyl and Pages.
And we encourage people to come over, grab a book, have a seat. You can purchase the book. We have vinyl. You can listen to music on our 2 turntables that we have here. So yeah, it's a vibe, and we encourage everybody to come down and hang out with us.
Well, I love it. I'm all about the vibes, right? And you looked up some of their tea. It looks really good.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at some of that. Lynette, real quick, last question for you. We're out of time right now. Who is the gentleman standing next to you?
This gentleman is my husband.
We didn't have his name, and I was on your website, and you guys are so, there's a great picture of you, but I couldn't find the name. So, Lynette and your husband, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes.
Lynette.
We've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Are you 100% sure you're eating healthy? Why many Americans, their habits are not earning them even a passing grade.
Oh my. And a problematic downpour in Daytona pushing back one of America's most iconic races. When you'll finally be able to hear the drivers roar and those engines head down the field. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning to you. February 19th, 9:30 here. We've been here since 4:30 a.m. and hopefully you've been with us.
Yeah, and it's on a President's Day. I'm Tom Rogers.
Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and check on your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Happy to be here, guys, talking about numbers that are going to continue to be a little bit more on the milder side, especially later this week. Today will feel very similar to yesterday. The only difference is a lot less wind. So we've got a lot of sunshine out there, blue skies, and temps close to about 50 degrees for most of us. Here's a look at your day planner. You're going to see those temperatures climb into the lower 40s through 11 a.m. and mid to upper 40s as we take you into the afternoon. And really a northwest wind, only about 5 to 10 miles an hour. So pretty calm conditions out there. Should top out at 49 in Baltimore City. A lot of us in the low to mid 40s for Stevensville, Annapolis, over through Columbia and Laurel at 45 today, and Bel Air at 42. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about those 50s and how long they'll stick around coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network. As traffic's been moving really well on the major roadways around the Baltimore region. A couple incidents we told you about before. 270, that has been cleared and it's starting to move a little bit better here. Anne Arundel County 97 South by Farm Road. There's a left lane currently blocked, causing a slight delay, but everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
Continuing coverage this morning on former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial. A judge denied a request from Mosby's team to acquit her in the mortgage fraud case.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning to explain the latest developments in her case as we look ahead to her sentencing. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Taylor and Tom, some legal experts anticipate that appeals will be filed in all 3 of Marilyn Mosby's convictions. Meanwhile, she is expected to be sentenced on May 23rd. So we spoke with legal expert Eurypsy Morgan about how much jail time Mosby could actually face.
I don't think she's going to get anywhere near the 40 years. I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhere in the realm of 18 months because there is going to be that deterrence factor in that it is such a public case.
Mosby was recently convicted on one of 2 mortgage fraud charges to go along with 2 federal perjury convictions from November. The defense attempting to paint the timeline and picture that there's no evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the gift letter written by Marilyn Mosby and signed by Nick Mosby was submitted to the mortgage company while the Mosbys were here in Maryland. The gift letter indicated Nick Mosby would give Marilyn the $5,000 she needed to close on the Longboat Key condo. It was dated February 9th, 2021 and submitted on February 10th. That same gift letter is what a jury decided was the lie that Marilyn Mosby told mortgage companies, and it's what the jury used to convict the former top prosecutor in Baltimore City on 1 count of mortgage fraud. Judge Lydia Grigsby denying the defense's attempt to get the conviction tossed. Mosby also ordered to surrender her passport by February 20th, and it was revealed that Mosby should have given up her passport 2 years ago, but she never did. And again, she is expected to be sentenced in May, so you can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Stay tuned to Fox 45 for the latest updates on Marilyn Mosby's legal battle. You can find all of our past reporting on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Now here's what's happening today across Maryland. Baltimore Community Partners are co-sponsoring the Pilgrimage for Peace March for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As part of the march, an interfaith rally and service is being held at Baltimore, right here in the city, as since Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel, a total of nearly 30,000 people have been killed on both sides. Maryland leaders will also gather today to provide remarks at a grand opening for the ribbon cutting of a newly redeveloped apartment building. The Carlton in Reservoir Hill has been restored after spending nearly 4 decades as a vacant property. And today we're also expecting an announcement of a new high school girls basketball conference being established by some independent schools. We'll have more information on who's involved later today on Fox 45 Evening News.
9:34 right now. I'm taking you from the live center this morning. A live look in New York here. You see right in front of the Fox building there, where the battleground for a trucker boycott is scheduled today in support of former President Donald Trump. The group says that they are refusing shipments to New York City. This is in the wake of a ruling that happened last week in the civil fraud ruling and fined the former president more than $350 million. And the truckers say the former president threw his support behind the boycott, saying on Truth Social Saturday. writing, quote, "Such an honor to have so many great patriots of the side of freedom." And Joe Biden's unfair and dangerous weaponization of law enforcement is a serious threat to our democracy. Make America great again. Well, that isn't the only major backlash, though, from last week's ruling. There's also a GoFundMe page created by Elena Cardone, the wife of the wealthy real estate investor Grant Cardone, who called Stand With Trump Fund to pay for the judgment. As for this morning, it has already raised more than $390,000. That's the latest from our live center.
A presidential election rematch is becoming more and more likely. Coming up, how President Biden's Democratic colleagues are standing by him to help him earn a second term.
It's been a chilly but sunny start to your President's Day. Milder temperatures are still to come, too. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers times out his full forecast for us and when we will feel the warm up. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. .38 making your headlines. 3 first responders who were killed in Minnesota this weekend were remembered at a Sunday vigil. Now, 2 officers and a firefighter were shot and killed in the suburb of Minneapolis Sunday. Others were injured. They were responding to a report a heavily armed man was barricaded inside a home with family, including 7 children. 911 call came from that house. Officials say the suspect opened fire during negotiations. Authorities identified the 2 slain officers as Paul Elmstrand and Matthew Rouge, both 27 years old. 40-year-old firefighter Adam Finseth was killed trying to treat one of those officers.
These were 2 incredible police officers, 1 incredible emergency responder, and they were just doing their jobs. They went to the scene and they rescued these kids, and that rescue cost them their lives.
Authorities say the man who allegedly shot the police officers and the paramedic is also dead, and they say that the family was able to leave that home safely, all 7 children unharmed.
Topping your political news with the rematch between President Joe Biden and Donald Trump growing all the more likely, Democrats are now joining in on the campaign trail. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman stumped for the president over the weekend.
If you aren't excited about Biden, or you are thinking about sitting out, or even throwing away your vote for some rando third party, it's like, well, then you have made Trump your guy by de facto. Think about this. Think about this. If you're not voting for Biden, you are helping Trump.
President Biden had already won the Democratic primary in Nevada, but the state is expected to be a toss-up come general election. Meanwhile, in Michigan, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib is rallying Democrats against President Biden, urging them to be uncommitted in the state's upcoming Democratic primary on February 27th.
Enough is enough. We don't want a country that supports wars and bombs and destruction. We want to support life. We want to stand up for every single life killed in Gaza.
President Biden is facing criticism from progressive lawmakers and activists for his defense of Israel's war in Gaza, and Muslim Americans in key swing states have organized an abandoned Biden campaign in response.
On this President's Day, it's officially been 1 year since former President Jimmy Carter entered hospice care. His family releasing a statement, writing they are grateful for all the support. The former president expressing gratitude that Carter's decision is sparking discussions on end-of-life care within the U.S. We're getting you ready for the week ahead, including a chance for rain with our next weather maker. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a full forecast coming up after the break. 9:41. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Well, you know, today is President's Day, and why our forefathers were marching into battle, we can march and get into shape on our day off. Personal training director for Brick Bodies, Jen Wall, is joining us this morning. And you've got kind of like a, okay, let's go. You know, you've slept in, it's 9:44 in the morning. It's time to get up. Somebody's sitting there in their pajamas. It's like, let's get them inspired.
We've got this powerful presidential workout going on today for President's Day. So we're going to do a superset style workout. Everything will be 10 reps.
10 reps.
10 reps of everything or whatever. So I'll do one, you do the other, and you're meant to kind of go through that 5 times before you move on to the next set of supersets.
Okay, so you go through this 5 times, and when do you pause and breathe?
Well, you really can take this at your own pace,
Okay,
whatever.
all right,
So you
that's
pause
good.
and breathe when you need to pause and
All right,
breathe.
good.
All right, so the
when
first
we're done.
superset is going to be 10 push-ups and 10 mountain climbers. So I'll do the push-ups, you do the mountain climbers.
Mountain climbers, all right. So we get down, and we're down on all fours. You can do this in the living room, and mountain climbers are just left to right, right?
Left and right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
and 10.
9, 10.
Awesome.
All right, so we're done there. Okay, what's
Done
next?
that. Awesome. We are cheering in the studio. Awesome. So the next one's going to be, you're going to come onto, this is crunches and glute bridges. So
And
I'll
what
do the
was the
glute
second one?
bridge. Glute bridge. And crunches.
And I'm
so
doing crunches. All right, let me move my
you're just
mic
going to
now.
pull out 10 crunches.
Yeah,
And
10
glute
crunches.
bridge, we're going to take it up and down.
3. So we call them pelvic thrusts, right?
Correct.
You're lifting up kind of your core up in the air while I'm
And
doing
this is
crunches.
a great exercise actually for your lumbar spine to really strengthen your lumbar spine. Just up and down. And just get through 10 of those.
Last one, 10. Boom. All
On to
right.
leg raises and tricep dips.
I'll do tricep dips.
All right, and I'll pull out the leg raises.
Okay, so I'm basically going up and just kind of
Up
dipping
and down,
right?
right, yep.
2, 3, 4.
Awesome.
5. Come on, Taylor. I noticed Justin's not in the studio now. 10. All right, so there's
Awesome.
10 and 10.
So then
we've
once-
just done 6 of them. We're supposed to be doing one person. You could do this as a couple, though, or as a
Right, I
family.
mean, you can kind of make this how you want to make it, whatever. Just 5 times, and in between each superset, you're going to rest for 1 minute before moving on to the next set of exercises.
Okay, so that's 6 exercises right there. That would be 1. You would
Awesome.
hit all 6 of those, then rest, then do that 5 more times.
Correct. Last set,
All right.
you're going to bring it back up. Lunge, I'll give you the lunge. So you're just
Okay.
going to alternate like a forward lunge, and then I'll do the jumping jacks.
Okay, so now when I go left and then right, is that 1 or is that 2?
That's a good question. So you should
says
actually
with a
count that
smile.
as 1. So
Okay.
really you would be doing
So
20.
2.
Right?
Yeah, so technically it's 20, and you
Right.
hit 10 jumping jacks, and you could change up those jumping jacks and do it with the kids.
Yep.
So you're doing that. That's the set.
That is
So
it.
8 moves, really.
So you really can kind of make this what you want. You can kind of be it as a personal goal for yourself or kind of work out with a partner.
That's perfect.
Awesome.
Jim Wall with Brick Body's got my heart racing already, and I only did half of what we're supposed to be doing in 1 round. 5 more rounds of that. Definitely a great way to get our blood flowing.
All right, good job.
A health alert for you. Some new data shows hundreds of hospitals in rural areas are at risk of closing. The data points to a total of 141 hospitals that have already shut down since 2010 and another 450 plus that could follow. This data looked at several factors that lead to closures, including the number of years a hospital's been operating without any profit and the amount of net patient revenue. Among the remaining open hospitals in rural communities, many are dropping critical services such as maternal care and cancer treatments. Many Americans say they know what it takes to eat healthy, but their actual habits may not be making the grade. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say most Americans don't have a healthy diet because they consume too much sodium or saturated fats as well as sugar. These foods also lead to chronic diseases.
Professional nutritionists give Americans' diet a failing grade. So there seems to be a little bit of grade inflation how we evaluate our own diets. We appear to be a little bit overly optimistic about how we're doing at the dinner table.
A Center for Food Demand survey shows 80% of respondents are looking to lose weight this year by eating healthier.
Oh, we need to find out exactly how healthy we are talking about eating here, right? You know what's coming to you with that.
I just, like this whole like block has been you working out, you talking about how we don't eat good and whatever. And I'm thinking about the bagel and cream cheese I had yesterday, which, it's good. It's bread. It's calcium, right? I mean, with the cheese.
Wait for Jen to leave, and then we can talk about how poorly we
She's
walking out now.
We're good now. We're good now. I was stretching my she's yelling. Everything in moderation. That's how I live. I love that. Everything in moderation. Less flying because I want to fly all the time. But then, still, you can't. You got to be tired. I'm safe, right? Have to go through that acronym. All right, good morning, everyone. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. As we look down the 395 right there, the Patapsco River, not too bad. Charm City tank shot and lots of sun. Good day to get outside and think about baseball. This is the week where spring training really gets going. That first spring training game is coming up this Saturday in Florida against the Red Sox, but 38 days away until opening day, March 28th. I look over, Russell's eating a piece of candy as we talk about all this stuff. So that's good stuff. I like it. Everything is moderation. It's a little tiny piece. All right, here's that ridge of high pressure as we take you out through the afternoon. This thing is going to be basically in place for the next couple of days, which is going to keep us nice and dry and mild for the most part. Hank the Bird, excited about that? Yep, he's ready to go. Upper 30s this hour with mid 40s by noon and into the mid to upper 40s. Some of us will try to get to the lower 50s, but overall, we still have some snow-covered ground, especially in some of those higher elevations. So you're going to hang out in the low to mid 40s for most of our northern counties there and out toward the east as well. On the eastern shore in the mid 40s to Annapolis, about 45. City center, right about the mid to upper 40s for a lot of us from Baltimore down through D.C. and right about 50 in Richmond. Well, if you're heading down the ocean, looking at 42 there in Ocean City. Now, our temperature trend, it's going up. So we're going to stay in the upper 40s tomorrow, but starting Wednesday, we have basically a stretch of days that'll be in the low to mid 50s. These are going to be good days to get some stuff done outdoors. Just know we have to deal with some rain that's coming in as well. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you are good to go on your car wash cast. Green lights. Just know that on Thursday, I put the ... That's when the rain rolls in. Here's the future scan. So again, high and dry here for the next few days. That ridge slides off farther to the east, and we'll get more of that southerly flow, bringing the milder air. But watch what happens as we go into Thursday afternoon. The first half of Thursday is fine. The rain's going to come in not till about Thursday. I'd say 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. And then in the overnight hours, some leftover showers could make our Friday morning commute a little bit on the wet side, but we're not tracking snow, at least not at this time. 20 days until we spring forward. We're just 27 days out for St. Patty's Day, and the spring equinox is 4 weeks from tomorrow, but next Friday is meteorological spring. So that's March 1st. Here's that 7-day forecast, friends. Temps 40s and 50s. Again, the rain comes in late Thursday into Friday, and then we're mainly dry through this upcoming weekend.
Making headlines this morning, the infamous South Carolina property where disgraced lawyer Alex Murdaugh murdered his son and wife has a new owner. The property just sold at auction for $1 million. The anonymous buyer plans to give the 21-acre estate a new life as a horse farm. Murdaugh is currently serving 2 life sentences for the killings. Amazon is suing, claiming an oversight federal agency should not exist. In a new court filing, Amazon says the National Labor Relations Board is an unconstitutional agency. This move comes in response to a worker complaint case overseen by the agency, but Amazon is not the first company to try and block them. SpaceX and Trader Joe's have also filed suit against the federal agency.
Former Congressman George Santos is now suing late-night host Jimmy Kimmel over prank videos. Now, in this lawsuit that was filed over the weekend, Santos alleges that Kimmel deceived him into making videos on the Cameo app to use on this show in order to ridicule him. Santos is suing on the basis of alleged copyright infringement. Get this, fraudulent inducement, breach of contract. Santos, who was expelled from the U.S. House last year for lying about his past, is seeking $750,000 in statutory damages for the 5 videos he made that aired on Kimmel's show. Also happening today, you know this, 66 running of the Daytona 500, taking similar shots, but closer. You can see live right now at Daytona here. It was pushed back because of the heavy rain in Florida that was falling yesterday. This is the 3rd time now Daytona 500 has been postponed. Green flag will be waving at 4, and we will have complete coverage right here on Fox 45. Wonder what's going on with our 6 p.m. show. Looks like somebody's going to have some time to sit around and watch some races. Well, it's no Daytona, but Baltimore is ready for some milder temperature. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has his 10-day forecast when we come back.
Rev her up.